Imagine finally reaching a medieval inn after a day of bone-weary travel, only to find rest is impossible. Snores erupt like thunder, dogs bark under the beds, drunks argue by the hearth, and the ceiling above you creaks with every footstep. Creaky floors, leaking roofs, and absolutely no privacy. Welcome to the chaotic, sleepless nights of the Middle Ages. Settle in, dear sleeper, as we dim the lanterns and take you back to a night where comfort was a myth and quiet was nowhere to be found. If you enjoy drifting off to the cozy clamor of forgotten times, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to snore through more sleepy tales from history. Walk through the door of a medieval inn, and you are stepping not into a chamber of quiet rest, but into the center of a village's mechanical heartbeat. The walls around you are timber-framed, set up in a pattern of exposed beams and infill that is more a testament to available materials than to any intention of muffling sound. Wattle and daub, the humble weave of sticks sealed with a slurry of clay, straw, and dung, is light and porous enough to keep the wind at bay but not the voices or hooves or clatter of bowls. When the latch falls behind you, it makes a sharp iron click that announces your arrival to everyone in the room. The latch is large and heavy, and every use is a little exclamation mark. You feel the air first, smoke, sweet and oily, from a central hearth where a stew has been quietly thickening since mid-morning. Ale vapor, sour and warm, drifting up from open jugs and a long, dark cask. And the animals smell from the yard beyond the shutters, where hooves stamp and snorts erupt whenever a new horse is led through the gate. You might call this welcoming, but it is not restful. It is, in every way, an invitation to wakefulness. You take 2 steps onto the rush-strewn floor. Fresh rushes are not always fresh. They come from the riverbanks or wet meadows, and if the innkeeper has been diligent, they were changed a week ago, perhaps scattered with dried herbs to suppress the smell. If not, they are a clinging mat of chopped stems, crumbs of bread, and drips of gravy and candle wax, softening into something that rustles and sighs underfoot, but does not quiet anything else. Every footfall sends a whispering shiver along the floor, and the inn's thin boards carry even small sounds like a drum. Above you, the upper gallery creaks as someone crosses toward a sleeping pallet. The beam flexes almost imperceptibly, but the creak is an announcement. Weight has shifted, a body has moved, another person has found a place to rest or to cough. You listen to it because you cannot help but listen, and because you must have your wits about you. The inn is also a market and a theatre and a sort of night watch where the watchers are strangers who keep their own counsel. The common room is a long rectangle, the hearth in the centre, or to one side, depending on how the house began before it became a public lodging. In one corner stands a trestle table, its top worn smooth by wooden bowls and elbows and the knife scrapes of cutting coarse bread. There is a low bench along the wall. On a peg near the fire hangs a kettle with a hinge scarred by use. A smaller pot squats on the coals, sending up a sleepy breath every so often as its contents simmer. The air vibrates with talk. Carriers, professional. Haulers speak in the clipped, practical language of distances and loads and tolls. A merchant mutters to his clerk about weights and measures measured not with any scale present, but by eye and memory. A peddler in a fraying cloak hums as he rolls his bundle tight and then looses it again, careful to keep eyes on it even as he drinks. Everyone watches his pack because everyone wants to know what might be inside. Minstrels or their apprentice equivalents turn up when there is coin to be had. If they are present, They are probably louder than the rest, whether by design or necessity. Even when there is no singing, this is a place of voices at close quarters. Every syllable hits timber, the sound bounces, and the ceiling throws it back down so that the room becomes a chest cavity amplifying itself. You have come here to sleep. That is the promise of an inn. A roof, a hearth, a pallet. But no inn promises quiet. Sleep is something you attempt rather than receive. You sit on the bench and you calculate your chances. The innkeeper, who is also the alehouse keeper and sometimes the taverner if he cooks, will serve you food. Salt meat softened in the kettle, or a pottage thick with peas or beans and whatever vegetables were on hand, perhaps a fish if the river has been generous and the day is Friday. The bread is coarse, dark, substantial. The ale is brown and cloudy and must be drunk before it sours fully. It is a daily product meant to be finished in a day or two, and that urgency lends a steady flow to the cask. With the ale comes laughter, with the laughter comes voices rising to be heard, and then the noise gathers its own momentum. This is predictable. You know from experience that the ale will make a man forget he is tired, and he will tell you so at full volume because he believes you are his friend, at least until the pitcher empties. You also know that the noise comes in tides. It will crest after sunset, subside when the platters are scraped, then rise again when someone produces dice or a story, and finally break when the door opens to yet another traveller late from the road, trailing damp and chill and asking for hot broth. Beyond the common room is the yard. Every inn needs a yard if it is to attract travellers who move goods by pack-horse or wagon. The yard is at once stable and stage. Hoof on cobble, a grind of wheel, a quick burst of neighing, the rasp of harness, buckles, horses blow and stamp. They set a rhythm for the night. If the inn is small, the stable is essentially part of the house, divided by a door that never fits. The smells and sounds sift through, hay and urine, the sound of a horse sweating under its winter coat, and the short huff of a groom who delivers feed with the indifference of long practice. The inn's dog speaks in barks you find too sharp, because his task is to react, to announce, to fetch people from their platters if a stranger steps wrong. The yard gate bangs against its stop. A cart's load shifts with a thump as someone checks its ropes so they hold until morning. The yard is the closest thing to quiet in the establishment, but only because its noises are more spacious. Can follow one sound at a time here, a chain rattling, a soft chain for tethering, the slow scrape of a shovel moving muck, the drip of rain from the eaves onto a barrel lid. Your sleeping arrangements depend on your coin and the inn's space. If you are fortunate and the inn is large, there might be a small chamber off the gallery upstairs with a door that has a hook and a wooden bar. But a door here is never a soundproof barrier, it is a courtesy. Thin boards make thin walls. The succinct room, if you get one, is a box described by beams that move slightly with weather, with a shutter over a small opening to the night air. Wattle, daub, a lime wash that powders your sleeve when you brush it, a pallet stuffed with straw that squeaks under weight. If the inn is typical, you are not alone in your chamber. Beds are shared, strangers become bedfellows. The bed is a frame, with ropes, sometimes tightened before sleep to support the tick. You remove your cloak, perhaps your boots if you are confident about your purse, and try to claim territory in the human braid. Men of the road have techniques. Wrap your belt around your clothing bundle and tie it to your wrist. Sleep on your purse with your hand inside. Wedge your back to the wall. Stuff a bit of wool or a twist of cloth in each ear. Keep your knife hung from your neck with a cord. If the inn is small, there is no chamber. The common room itself is the dormitory. The bench becomes a bed, a corner of the floor becomes a bed, the hearth's warm shadow becomes a bed. You compromise. Others compromise around you, quick to spot the warmest place and the place furthest from the door, because the door is the lane to cold, damp, and those who arrive with it. Noise is not merely inconvenience, it is evidence of working systems. Listen for the watchman's call in the street. He sings his hour, a ritual that gives shape to darkness. A bell might ring the curfew from the parish church, telling you that the fires should be banked and the shutters closed. This does not end the night, but it changes its tempo. Doors are barred, but people keep moving indoors. A late messenger stomps in with shop gossip he cannot keep to himself. The tinker likes to remind the room of his skill and his availability. Before dawn, mending potholes, straightening bent handles, beating out dents on a little iron anvil that produces a shockingly bright sound. Every trade that can work after dark works a little, because an inn is a place to find customers and coin. Quiet belongs to those households that hold themselves separate. The inn is where separation is undone. For sleep, this is a problem you cannot solve at best. You learn how to navigate it, how to use the rhythm to find a patch of oblivion when it dips. What keeps you awake is not only the obvious, it is the chronic cough near the hearth, a man who has spent his life among smoke and damp fields. It is the heavy breathing of someone who spent the last hours walking faster than his legs preferred to avoid sleeping in a ditch. It is the tiny crawl of body lice and fleas, the inevitable companions of straw and unwashed wool, the small movement under your clothing that you cannot quite catch in time, which demands scratching and then more scratching, which wakes the neighbor in the next pallet, which invites a whispered argument about courtesy. It is the way even modest snow turns to meltwater at the doorway and then to mud, so that the floor around the threshold never dries, and anyone stepping in must stamp it off, and stamping makes a noise like someone beating a rug forever. It is the absence of shutters that fit cleanly because wood warps and iron bends, so when the wind finds its way in, you can hear it adjust the house, make the boards thrum like a lute you did not ask for. Meals are the same time every day, but in an inn, mealtime seems to repeat itself at odd hours as latecomers demand scraps warmed and the kitchen obliges. This brings spoons and ladles and the scrape of the pot again, and the murmuring thank you from a man lifting the bowl to his mouth because he will not wait to bring it to a table. The bones from dinner will be thrown into the fire if they are not kept for the dog. The dog accepts each bone with a growl that is not aggression so much as ceremony, but the sound does not fade quickly. A child cries in a corner because travelers sometimes bring their children if they cannot leave them home, and the child is unused to lights and strangers and the metallic tang of the air, and that cry slices through carryover conversations like a blade through cloth. When the child sleeps at last, the room discovers a silence that feels like it should last, but then a newly arrived trader laughs loudly at his own story, and the ceiling takes it and hands it back to you. The furniture is a chorus. Every bench groans as weight shifts. The table rocks because the floor is not flat, and the legs are uneven and have been shimmed with bits of wood. Tankards hit the table with satisfying weight, and then they hit again because someone has removed a peg to mark the ration, an old method that leaves a little wooden piece to clink on the rim. Candle stubs are pinched, flames gutter, someone says he cannot see, someone else pinches a wick and leaves smudged fingers on the tabletop. The sound of a knife cutting bread is steady and intimate, a saw more than a slice. At the back, a shelf holds bowls, spoons, knives, and they rattle whenever someone bumps the post that supports the loft. The post is a central character in the inn's soundscape. It takes every push and blow and leans, and when it leans, the floor above shifts, and when the floor shifts, every sleeper above learns something about gravity and wood. You are used to all of this. You have strategies. You choose your sleeping place as far from the door as you dare, but not too far from the hearth, because cold wakes you as surely as noise. You fold your cloak twice to make a thicker cushion between your bones and the floor. You find wool for your ears, perhaps the loose ends of a stocking that you twist and tuck into place. You keep water near in case your throat dries from the smoke. You remember to bank the coals if you are the last near the fire, so that fewer people come to fiddle with it through the night. You request a place on the lee side of the room, away from the shutter that rattles with the wind. If you can, you aim for a spot under the gallery's edge. The overhang changes the echo and sometimes softens it. You bargain for a bed near a solid wall, not a partition, because a curtain hung on a rope with pegs stops the light but not speech, and people talk even when they whisper. These survival tactics do not silence the inn, they shave the edges from its noise. There is another question you hold quietly while you prepare to sleep. Who else is here, and what are they here to do? Not every traveller is a friend, not every voice is harmless. Inns attract news and money. News brings arguments, money brings theft. Theft brings accusations, and voices rise. If the inn is in a town with strict curfew, the door will be barred and the shutters secured, but that does not protect you from disputes inside. You weigh the room, the faces, the way the innkeeper watches over his cups. You trust his need to keep order, which grows from his need to avoid fines, and keep his license. You take note of the men who have hands that look too clean for their clothes, because those hands might reach for purses when heads turn. You tie your belt again. You put your bundle under your head, a pillow with a life's worth of rolled-up belongings inside it. In the lamplight, everyone is both less and more themselves, less defined by the day's purpose and more defined by their noise. So you listen and make a map of sound, and maybe, if it is your habit, you count the breaths between each burst of laughter to know when the next one will come. It is time to sleep, but the inn is only settling. The yard continues. Someone has found a loose shoe on his mare and calls for the farrier, and the farrier answers with his hammer-on shoe, a pair of taps that begin soft and build to settle the iron into shape, a sound so bright the room feels briefly lit, and then the hammer stops. The mare exhales, a deep gust through her nostrils, and next to you, someone imitates the sound under his breath, amused at how perfectly it can be done. The innkeeper's wife clears bowls. Her steps are firm, pragmatic, a tempo that says the night has a schedule, and she is keeping it. When the bowls are stacked, they sit on the table like muted bells waiting to be struck. The slightest push will make them sing a little note. You lower your head and pull your cloak up. The cloak smells of the road and of smoke and of you. It is comfort, and it is evidence of distance. At the edge of hearing, outside the shutter, footsteps pass. The watchman calls the hour again. His voice is part ritual, part warning. Keep your fire banked, keep your eye on your shutter, keep your conscience clear. Another bell from farther away drifts across the rooftops, and the timing is always slightly off. So you hear the hour, stretched out into a staggered announcement from east to west. Someone near the door snores already. Someone else snores 2 breaths later, at a different pitch, and the two create a strange harmony that might almost lull you. You think of the straw in the tick, of the reeds on the floor, of the beams that hold up the roof and the way they shout about their burden whenever the temperature changes. And you ask yourself whether sleep really belongs to those who are quiet or to those who can surrender to a place that admits all the life around it. Without apology, if the promise of the inn is a roof, and the price of that roof is noise, then what exactly? Did the people who lived beneath those roofs for a lifetime learn to accept? And what did they still resist as the candles guttered, the horses settled, and the watchman's song bled into the second hour of night? You settle into the rhythm of the inn and discover that the racket has a set of caretakers. The noise is not an accident. It is managed, budgeted, and sometimes sold by the spoonful. The innkeeper controls the tempo with the same practical instincts used for weighing barley and counting candles. You watch him move, a man with sleeves turned to the elbow, hands alive with small tasks, tilting a pitcher just so to avoid sediment, pressing a thumb to the froth to judge if the ale is keeping its head, glancing at a beam where he has scratched marks for the day's tally. He is as busy with rules as with cups. He knows the measures required by the town's assize. He will not risk a fine for short measure, though he presses the line of generosity and thrift as far as it can go. He knows the watch will come by at uncertain hours to listen for disorder and to smell for fires that are not properly banked. He knows what the priest says on Sundays about the sins of dice and idle talk, and how, despite sermons, dice and talk still pay for sacks of malt. You learn that this not quite chaos hums because a person like him keeps it humming, and that means sleep is a secondary product, not the main one. The ale is its own schedule, and it draws noise the way a candle draws moths. It does not keep. Brewing starts in the days when the inn is quietest, often with women supervising the mash, testing by touch and nose, and the repeated observation of steam. You hear about it if you ask, because people who make something as essential as drink like to explain how it works. They talk as they stir. A mash tun is a thing that encourages stories, grain crushed, hot water added, a sweet liquid drawn off and boiled with herbs or hops depending on the place and period. The result is ale meant to be drunk soon. It wants to be finished. When it nears its end, it starts to turn, so the innkeeper prices it to move and fills cups faster, and full cups make full voices. The grain leavings feed animals, the heat warms the room, and the community comes to convert barley into an evening. You learn quickly that small beer, weak, safe to drink when water might not be, keeps the room busy earlier, and stronger ale keeps it noisy later. A quiet inn is a risky inn. It means unsolved ale and a wasted cask. The bedding is a Schedule 2, more seasonal, less predictable. Straw from the year's harvest fills mattresses called ticks and piles under bodies on the floor. Straw is not a neutral thing. It grows brittle with time, breaks into smaller pieces, migrates into the seams of your cloak, pricks the skin through your smock, becomes the vehicle by which small creatures make the journey from the yard to your collarbone. When a tick is opened and the old straw dumped, it is a minor event. Dust rises, the room sneezes, the tick is beaten with a stick to knock out fragments, and fresh straw stuffed in with hands that know how to spread it so it will shift with you and not against you. Herbs might be added, pennyroyal, wormwood, rosemary if there is money for it, not because aroma alone makes comfort, but because some plants do trouble certain insects. This is less sanitation than management. You will not escape insects. You will dull their insistence long enough to drift. In the corner stands a brazier used now and then to smoke a room under the guise of airing it. The smoke a broad reply to 1,000 tiny legs. The smoke is its own noise, a deepening of air that makes coughs and cracks from wood. You realize that the rules of the inn do not come only from the innkeeper. They come from the town and the parish and the guild of those who move goods and people. Nights are supposed to be for rest by civic desire, but commerce extends the day, like a stubborn lamp wick. Somewhere in a chest is a license, and the license requires things. The innkeeper must keep certain hours for selling, must keep a standard measure, must present himself as able to provide stabling and fodder and a degree of order. He is responsible for the behavior of guests to the extent that the town expects. Noise to be contained enough that neighbors can also pretend to sleep. You picture the constable, a man who knows the innkeeper well because he stops here when he has rounds to make, who will say in a mild voice that a complaint has been heard about songs crossing the lane after curfew, and the innkeeper will answer in an equally mild voice that songs are a sign of honest trade, and he will ensure that the door is kept shut. You notice the door is indeed kept shut more often now, not to keep noise in, which is impossible, but to make the gesture toward compliance that matters in a town where gestures are watched. Payment sets its own tempo. You are in a world where coin is not always plentiful and not always pure. The innkeeper bites one now and then out of reflex. It is not dramatics, but habit, hard won through years of barter and bad luck. There are tally sticks for regular customers, drivers of pack horses who pass weekly, carriers who move bales of cloth, pilgrims' guides who shepherd groups on predictable calendars. The tally is awkward and reliable, a wooden memory split in two so that neither party can alter the record without the other. You can pay for a pallet or the floor, for fodder or stall space, for a bowl of pottage or an extra heel of bread. Prices are not posted on a board, they are in the innkeeper's head, and he speaks them like a prayer he must get exactly right. When cash runs short, someone offers a pawn, an extra cloak, a knife, a copper pot with a dent to be mended later, and a hasty agreement is made to redeem it when the next hire is paid. You sense how the hum of conversation rises during these negotiations. People are curious by nature, and they lean closer when the subject is money. Noise tilts upward when coin clinks like birds when grain is scattered. The common room is where you learn the geography of sleep as territory. People take spaces the way traders take markets, politely until they need not be. Regulars know where the draft is worst, which bench is least likely to tip, which place on the floor avoids an overnight drip from the thatch after a rainstorm. A woman traveling with a child will be steered if the inn is kind and has a corner, with a curtain toward that small mercy, but kindness is mixed with calculation. A sleeping child is quieter than a crying one. If a respectable widow comes with a letter of introduction to someone in town, she will be given a place not quite hidden but not entirely exposed, because it matters that she can say later that she was not left in the open. Women who work in or around the inn move through the room like practiced sailors, navigating between the rough jokes and the rougher boots, with eyes that remain level and lips that know when to answer and when to refuse. The inn is not a court of manners. It is a compromise. Courtesy is often a strategy to keep the noise from turning to trouble. Games and stories are not separable from the architecture of sleeplessness. Dice are little cubes of wood or bone with edges smoothed by pockets, ticking against the table like small clocks of fate. Tables, the game of men with pegs and counters, sends bits of wood clacking in irregular patterns that mimic a rain shower on a shutter. Singing creeps in after the third cup and clings even when the room wants quiet. Someone recites a fragment of a romance learned badly. Someone else corrects the plot. The correction becomes a quarrel over a knight's honor who never existed. A peddler tells a long tale about a town where doors are wider than carts, and the only way to bring goods in is through the window with a pulley. The kind of story whose accuracy is irrelevant because its point is to unspool time while ale walks from one end of the room to the other. Noise is a solvent that dissolves skepticism. Even when you know a story is nonsense, the rhythm of its telling occupies your mind. and occupancy is halfway to sleep. Halfway, but not all the way. The necessities of the body create their own undercurrent of interruption. Chamber pots are not shy things here, they exist. A traveller asks and is directed with a nod to a corner where a screen hides little more than the idea of privacy. The scrape of a pot being slid out from under a bench is a sound you learn to ignore, and the brief scrape of a shutter as someone airs out the corner afterward is the room's collective sigh of relief. The dog snuffles at everything because that is his job. A cat moves along the beam that holds the loft, pauses, examines, and then drops with a soft thud onto a shelf, scattering spoons, providing a momentary burst of irritation and laughter that no one needed but everyone accepts. The inn contains all the parts of life that can fit indoors, and each part announces itself with a noise, and sleep must make room. Weather has a voice here. Rain on thatch comes soft for a while, and then becomes insistent, drumming until it demands to be part of your thoughts. Snow reshapes sound, sifting it, making the inn's noises feel closer, wool-wrapped, an illusion of quiet that is not silence, only compression. Wind asserts the inn's imperfections. It finds the gap between shutter and frame, sets the latch. To chittering, persuades an old rope to thrum along the wall like an indifferent musician. In summer, heat loosens tongues and multiplies flies. The drone settles on the surface of everything and turns the room into a field with a roof. In winter, cold stiffens joints and annoys bones, and the complaints rise at the same pace as steam in breath. Your body is a weather vane for the inn season, and your sleep rotates with it whether you consent or not. The inn staff have routines that pull you into their clock. A kitchen girl sweeps, rushes into a new pattern with a twig broom. The D sound crisp and relentless, forcing crumbs and ashes into a pile that will become tomorrow's thin smoke when used to start the fire. A potboy scrubs the kettle with sand, the scratch sending shivers into the boards. The hostler stamps snow from his boots and goes out again, his lantern making a soft groan of leather and a small paff when he adjusts the wick. The innkeeper's wife counts cups quietly, tapping them to make certain they ring, because a dead sound means a crack, and a cracked cup is a leak waiting to happen in the middle of the busiest hour. She sets aside the cracked ones with a resigned sound you come to understand as the arithmetic of a household that is always paying for the future with the present. You look for silence and find instead the slow reduction of noise into layers. After curfew, a few voices fall away. After the third cup, some laughter becomes snoring. After the last bowl is cleaned, the scrape of the pot stops and is replaced by the occasional click of cooling iron. Yet the inn never stops entirely. A messenger arrives, wet from a fording, demanding a warmed drink. A teamster turns over on the bench and discovers his shoulder is numb and grunts at the discovery. A man in a corner coughs in a way that makes 3 heads turn with the quiet fear reserved for illnesses that move household to household like a rumor with teeth. Sleep is a negotiation with these layers. You accept some, deflect others, work around the rest. You are not trying to banish noise, only to find a rhythm in which you can float. Grievances are part of the overnight economy. Someone will claim that a measure was short, tap the bottom of his cup, and insist on a top-up. Someone else will mutter that the dice were shaved. Another will say his purse felt lighter after he slept within arm's length of a stranger whose eyes are too bright. The innkeeper steps in not as a judge but as a damper. He does not settle justice so much as he settles temperature. He refuses the 4th cup to a man who cannot hold the 3rd. He moves 2 men apart with a shrug and a joke that robs the quarrel Of its best lines, he tells a story about an even greater outrage that happened 5 years ago in a different town and how everyone survived it. He calibrates the room's pressure. You watch this and realize that the noise does not happen to him. He makes it happen to the right degree. He is a craftsman in clamor. It is important to say that the inn has neighbors, and neighbors have opinions. Across the lane, a widow locks her door and listens unwillingly as the inn's life filters into her house. She has heard it for years, and she objects only when the voices cross a threshold she has set in her mind, and then she sends a boy to bang on the inn's shutter with a polite stick. The boy does this with the righteous confidence of a person who has been told he is the village's voice, and the inn answers by muffling a song and promising to keep the door closed. The boy returns to the widow, satisfied. The arrangement continues. There are fines written in town ordinances for harbouring disorder, but the lived law is made of sticks on shutters and cups poured slower. By now you have learned tricks that belong to those who actually sleep here. You position your head so that your ear is close to your forearm. The bone conducts the right amount of murmur and blocks the sharpest notes. You map the room by its regular noises, the cat's path, the door's hinge, the pop of a log collapsing, and anticipate them like waves. You time your breath so that snoring becomes a metronome. You avoid the spot under the beam that clicks when temperature falls, because the click is always almost regular and therefore always almost predictable, which keeps you on the cusp of expectation. You make peace with the idea that you do not sleep through the night but in pieces, like a deck of cards, spread and then gathered. There is a curious camaraderie that arises from stump speech and shared fatigue. A trader who boasted loudly upon arrival about cloth prices falls quiet, then apologizes in a small voice when he elbows your ribs in his sleep. An archer who made a point of setting his bow where all could see. It wakes at the slightest creak, looks around, sees nothing, and lies down again with a relief that communicates itself to the rest of you. A release that feels like the room loosening its belt. Morning is a concept that begins here long before light, in mutterings about departure times and estimates of how much frost is likely on the lane and whether the ford will be too high to cross. The night prepares its own end in these whispers. You lie there, inventory of the sounds rolling in your head like lists. Ale poured, pot scraped, hoof stamped, latch clicked. And you ask yourself, as an ember sighs and a horse in the yard blows steam into winter air, whether any age ever slept cleanly or whether sleep has always been a kind of crowded agreement with the world's necessary noises that you sign each night without quite reading the terms. If the inn is a place where you never quite shut the door on the day, then what happens when the night's last negotiation gives way to the first blunt tasks of morning? And are those morning tasks any quieter than the promises that made them necessary? You notice that morning in a medieval inn is not a moment, but a migration. It arrives first in smells, then in the particular sounds that only happen when light thinks about returning. Before the sky makes any claim, you catch the quick, clean bite of new kindling catching at the hearth. The previous night's banked coals, buried under ash, exhale a last sigh of sleep and then brighten as the innkeeper's wife stirs them, lifts them into breath, and coaxes flame from them with confidence born of thousands of repetitions. The tinder pops softly, like a chorus of small agreements. The first water poured into the kettle speaks in a low drum roll against iron, then the lid clinks as it is set in place and tapped to settle. Somewhere behind the room's main body, a door opens to the yard, and cold steps in with a pride that makes you draw your cloak to your chin, even as your mind says the night has technically ended. In the stable, the hostler has already begun. hooves on swept stone make a rhythm that is ancient and exact. A horse shifts, then shifts again, then shakes its whole body, a sound like a rug being cracked in a winter yard, followed by the heavy cascade of mane and the sidelong stomp of a front foot. The inn's dog reorganizes his priorities and moves from hearth to threshold, fixing his attention on the lane. The cat reviews the room from a beam, yawns, and drops into an empty place on the bench, warmed by a human who has just risen to light his pipe. The drag of the first stool across the floor makes you grit your teeth and then resign yourself. The stool always announces day like a man with a trumpet in a small room. Voices return with a different hunger. Gone is the boast and the easy lie. In its place is arithmetic. Who owes whom? Who leaves when? Which load goes first through the gate? Because the lane pinches a cart the way a bottleneck pinches water. The carriers count aloud, not because they need to hear numbers to believe them, but because numbers spoken have a moral weight. You learn the prices of oats by the speed with which a stable boy moves. You learn the urgency of an errand by the way a man eats his bread, either in measured bites or in half-chews that feed mostly the next sentence. A few men make the sign of the cross before the fire or mutter a quick prayer as they lift a cup of small beer, and the room gives them the space to do it without comment. Even devotions are part of the noise, a murmur that rises and falls with the rest. Settling accounts is also a sound. Coins come from purses and it is never smooth. A coin sticks and scrapes the leather. Another shows its face unwillingly and is greeted by a soft groan from its owner. Copper speaks dull, silver speaks higher, gold hardly speaks at all in places like this. The innkeeper lays out coins, nudges them into a neat row, with the back of a fingernail, calculates with the quick, purse-lipped certainty of a man who must be correct the first time. A tally stick is brought from behind the counter. It is a fragment of wood that feels the way memory ought to feel, solid, divisible, and matched only to its mate. He sets your piece beside his, lines the notches to make sure they still marry, nods at the truth that neither can alter the other alone. The click of wood against wood, then the two halves return to their separate pockets, and debt and credit go back to being a rope pulled taut between you and the bench. Food in the morning is simpler noise, almost kind. The pottage is reheated, and it says so in little breathing bubbles that mark time. Bread is cut, and the knife makes the slow song of saw against crust. A pot of ale, warmed slightly, for those with a cold temperament, delivers the soft plop of liquid against the lip of a wooden cup. Someone cracks an egg and receives a brief scold from the innkeeper's wife because the egg was meant for a man who paid the night before specifically for an egg in the morning. And the scold is part fairness and part theatre, so that no one else will get the idea that eggs are common in this house. The smell of smoke is gentler now, thin and stretching toward the roof, invited to leave through the louver or the hole above the fire. You sip and discover that your throat is soot-lined from the night. The first warm swallow is an apology that the day makes to your body. The constable passes the door and pauses just long enough to hear the nature of the inn's morning. He notes the absence of shouting, makes a private mark in an imaginary ledger, and taps his staff once on the ground, a sound like a period at the end of a sentence. If there was trouble the night before, it is often resolved by this hour, not with law, but with custom. Two men who argued over dice sit apart, then near, then share a bowl like people at a funeral who remember they are still neighbors. The innkeeper's hand rests lightly on the edge of the table, ready to press it, a small signal that now is not the time to revive a topic. Injustice is preemptive. The trick is not to punish, but to avoid relighting embers that could find dry straw. You admire this and wonder how many mornings of his life have been spent arranging furniture of the human spirit before breakfast. Outside, the town's day composes its own percussion. The curfew bell that told you to bank fires last night now gives a different voice, lighter, as if relieved to stop carrying responsibility alone. Shop shutters slide up with a wooden sigh. A distant hammer on a smith's anvil becomes the metronome for the whole quarter. It will nag the edge of your hearing all day, and somehow its constancy is a comfort. A water carrier's yoke creaks in a way that makes your shoulder ache sympathetically. The lane receives the first serious wheels. A cart loaded with sacks, the rims complaining at every stone. Hooves follow. The inn's yard answers each arrival with orders barked or murmured. Grain is measured with a scoop, its dry hiss down the measure sounding like a long hush, as if someone keeps asking for quiet and the oats are trying to oblige. Packages matter more now than stories. The peddler laces his bundle with a knot that looks complicated but is really only confident. You consider that this knot might be the difference between prosperity and loss on a slippery road. A clerk wraps parchment in cloth and smears wax along the edge, then warms a seal over the flame until it thinks about relaxing and stamps it with deliberate force that makes the table thump and the wax accept his master's authority. A pilgrim inspects his staff and adjusts the little bag that holds badges collected along other roads, each badge a small metal story that clinks against the next, and together become a record that can be read by anyone who knows the code. You begin to see how the day's noise is as essential as the night's, only tuned to production rather than consumption. Departure is both noise and choreography. Harnesses ring with small bells, not always for decoration. A bell is a way to know your horse in fog or to warn someone you are 20 steps away on a narrow bridge. Buckles talk in mute clicks. A mare huffs when the bit finds her mouth. A gelding resists and then yields, the leather squealing as if it too has an opinion. The yard gate swings wide, catches, and is dragged into place by a boy who seems always to be running at a slow sprint. The dog now is at his loudest, not aggressive, but efficient, making certain the yard retains its idea of order, even as it empties. Someone hoists a sack and disturbs a sleeping chicken who has spent the night somewhere she should not have, and a flurry of feathers moves the air like a sudden thought. You think about the map in the innkeeper's head. Every person who leaves is a line scribbled towards somewhere. He knows how far it is to the next place that can take 6 men and 3 horses and a wagon. He knows where the ford will be passable this week and where the baker is unreliable because his yeast goes lazy every other day. He knows who along the way waters ale to the edge of sin and who measures strictly as if an angel were his apprentice. He gives advice quickly and quietly because advice is one of the inn's currencies, and to squander it loudly is to cheapen it. You watch him lift a hand to show 2 fingers for 2 hours to the market, 3 fingers for 3 miles to a good stable, a flat palm for beware. He does this with men he barely met, and they leave surprised by how obvious their choices now feel. The noise of departure is punctuated by these small exchanges, more important than they seem, the whispered infrastructure of roads that are never empty and houses that are full because someone somewhere said, go that way and not the other. Not everyone leaves. Some take up the morning shift of loitering that is the inn's true continuous business. The chronic cougher finds a shaft of sun and moves his stool to sit in it like a lizard. A mason whose work is delayed by frost takes his time with small beer and becomes the first audience for any tale that arrives with the next traveller. The widow across the lane peeks from behind her shutter and decides whether today's scene is tolerable. The innkeeper's wife counts spoons again, not because she doubts, but because counting is how she reties the world after it has been handled all night. The potboy goes to draw water and comes back with the sound of the well on him, a dragging creak that lingers in his shoulders. The inn is a ledger as much as a building, and it balances each day. Noise is both entry and exit, debt and payment. The racket of last night was not an accident. It was the price of doing everything else that must be done. You consider your own rest, which, if it came at all, came in scallops around the floors, unevenness in intervals marked by hooves and knives and laughter that burned down to embers. Were you worse for it? Perhaps, but perhaps you learned the trick that others here have practiced for years, to sleep atop a city's breath, not against it. The trick is survival, and not only of the body. It is the survival of trade, gossip, protection, ritual, and the subtle checks people apply to one another when laws are too blunt to fit the hour. You leave the inn with noise still printed on your skin and understand that the printing is the entire point. If you want absolute quiet, you will find it only too easily beyond the gate, where absolute quiet is the companion of danger, and the road tells you to keep moving because the only thing louder than your own footsteps in the wrong place is the silence that swallows them. By the time the sun pulls itself far enough above the gables to justify calling this morning, the inn has reset the board. Bowls are stacked, rushes are swept into a fresh pattern, the kettle hums at a different pitch, and the air has shed the depth of the night and put on a thinner, useful kind of sound. The day will refill the room with voices that have slept somewhere else and complaints that are born anew. Evening will slide over the eaves, and the cycle will restore itself because people require shelters where their noises are gathered and made into a sort of safety. If your sleep was a series of compromises and calculations, you are in the company of generations who work not for perfect rest, but for reliable imperfection. You pause at the threshold to tie your cloak, and the latch makes its little iron exclamation one last time. It is both farewell and promise. The next time you come, nothing essential will be different. There will be new faces and new words, but the same noises will teach you the same lessons about how to be a person, among others, when the world refuses to hush. As you step into the lane, you cannot help but wonder whether, in the modern chase for silence that isolates, you have misplaced an older wisdom that noise can be a form of care. And if so, what might you lose each time you close a door, so well that you hear only yourself? You step off the rutted road as the day withdraws its light like a careful hand pulling a cloth from a table, slow and steady so as not to spill what remains. The way behind you has been measured in church porches and mileposts in hedgerows and streams that ask for your knees rather than your ankles, and in the soft, habitual prayers you have learned to hum to yourself when the sky turns to an iron lid and your legs begin to feel like borrowed wood. Ahead, a light winks from a low building that leans toward the road as if listening. The signboard creaks, the old paint of a shell, just visible if you angle your head, or a carved pilgrim's staff and gourd if this region favors images for those who cannot read but can navigate by pictures. The place is part inn, part hospital, part way station, maintained by a fraternity that calls itself a Brotherhood of Shelter, and its promise is as practical as any holy vow: a bowl, a bench, a patch of straw, a space under a roof that will not throw you back into rain. You push the door and enter the noise of the road gathered into one room. The sound is not a clamour so much as a rolling conversation, the kind of overlapping speech that travels and trades generate wherever they find a hearth. It is a discourse of feet and spoons, of rosary beads clicking against wood, of bags settling into corners and then being dragged out again because their owners do not trust corners. The smell is a mixture of damp wool, onion, garlic, and smoke, and it wraps you with a competence that says, this house knows how to warm people who have been moving all day. On a table, a ladle leans in a pot of pottage, its wooden handle blackened by years of resting against iron, and the ladle murmurs every time someone lifts it, the pot answering with a breathing bubble or two, as if agreeing with each scoop. Above, the hearth hangs the framed copy of a letter from a bishop, a license that names this place as a shelter for those on their way to a shrine. The writing means less than the meaning. Pilgrims will be received, and the house will claim a small partnership with holiness through the service of soup and a place to put your head. You find yourself immediately in the company of those who have carried their faith or their need farther than comfort would approve. They come in many versions. There is a man with cracked hands and a small iron cross pinned to his cap, his gait stooped from years of farm work, now walking because a child was sick and recovered, because a promise made in a panic must be honored in gratitude. There is a woman in a clean kirtle and a sturdy cloak, traveling with other women of her parish, all of them walking for a relative who cannot, and because their priest said the road itself could be their prayer when the words ran out. There is a pardoner at the edge of the room, not an official priest, but a seller of indulgences with a sheaf of parchment and a voice that can rise like a trumpet when the room's temperature suits him, though at this dinner hour he keeps to a half-smile and a half-silent inventory of who might buy what when the stew is finished. There are a pair of clerks from a town with a Latin school, cheeks wind-reddened under their tonsures, who carry letters of introduction and recite bits of hymn like rope, so that when the night pulls, they do not slip. The bed you will not have. To yourself is not yet made. That comes later. First, there is the ritual of arrival. You wash your hands at a basin, the water thin and cold and precisely sufficient, then dry them on a cloth already damp from other hands. You make a small donation if you can, coins if not too precious, or the promise of labor tomorrow morning, which the warden accepts with a nod that says he believes you, and also that he does not entirely need to believe you because this house is arranged to survive on men who keep promises and on men who do not. You are shown to the table and someone shifts to make space for you, not out of generosity alone, but because making space is how this room organizes its own survival. A bowl is set in front of you. The porridge is thick with barley and peas, onions sweet and salted with the blunt confidence of a cook who knows how many bodies must be satisfied before the pot is empty. Talk sidles up to you uninvited and not unwelcome. A man asks where you began. You answer with a place name that is at once a point on a map and a number of days' walk. He nods and tells you what the next town requires if you want entry after dark, and how the church there holds a relic of dubious provenance that nonetheless draws a good crowd on Thursdays, which means the inn is crowded on Wednesdays, which means you should plan to arrive before the 4th hour afternoon or resign yourself to the yard. Another man asks if you carry a letter. Letters matter on the road. They unlock doors that coin cannot, and coin unlocks doors that letters cannot, and sometimes both fail where a kind word succeeds. A woman across the table offers advice on blisters. She pricks them with a clean needle, presses the fluid out, then rubs in a bit of goose fat if she can afford it. The advice is simple and delivered, with the authority of someone whose pain has trained her into teaching. You nod and store the knowledge like a second pair of shoes. Noise gathers around two poles in a pilgrim house, the hearth and the table where the warden sits. The hearth is the pole of comfort. It is the place where wet things are hung, where the steam from your cloak negotiates with the smoke from the fire, and where the cat claims ownership of a warm stone and refuses to move even when a human's foot arrives with equal claim. The warden's table is the pole of order. He takes names, if not to write them, then to keep them. The names matter in case someone asks whether you were seen and when. The road is not only piety, it is also law and the circumvention of law, and a house that shelters both must remember faces and the dates they arrived. The warden speaks quietly most of the time. He raises his voice only for blessings and to announce that the doors will be barred after the bell in the lane, not to shut out latecomers entirely, but to require them to knock in a way that lets the room's sleepers know what time a man chose to come home. You learn quickly that sleeping in a pilgrim house is a different sport than sleeping in a town, though both share the same orchestra. Here you are more likely to find beds arranged as a dormitory, not a scattering of pallets in the common room, but a chamber with rows of straw ticks grouped for men, and another chamber, if the house is orderly and has space, for women. The separation is both courtesy and governance. It reduces quarrels. It makes the warden's life easier when he must report to the fraternity that funds the house. It introduces, however, the peculiar acoustic of many people breathing in roughly the same rhythm, and the fact that one person's snore or cough becomes the room's snore or cough for the entire night. You choose a place with your back to a wall and you tie your bag to your wrist. You do not sleep at the edge near the door because foot traffic there will be constant, and you do not sleep near the hearth because heat draws talk, even when people intend not to talk. And you do not sleep directly under the cracked beam because it clicks when it cools, and the click is not frequent enough to become background. These are the little geographies that veterans of the road preach to rookies, and you listen because advice has kept more people from disaster than bravery has. The pardoner, who has said little so far, chooses his moment when bowls are mostly empty and the first wave of hunger has been pushed back. He stands not fully but enough and unrolls his parchment. He speaks in a rhythm that you recognize even if you do not recognize the words, a public rhythm, the kind that calls attention not with volume but with cadence. He explains that alms given to this house count toward remission of sins, that a pilgrim's prayer is a medicine, and that those who cannot walk may send their prayers on your lips if you will accept a token from them. A little folded strip of parchment on which a name is written and a place named to be carried to the shrine. He hints that he can write such a name for anyone here who is walking on behalf of someone else and wishes to make the intention formal. The warden watches him, not hostile, but protective. He permits the speech because the house depends on the world's belief in merit and on the idea that a pilgrim's steps can be counted like beads. He will not permit tricks. The pardoner knows this, and he trims his lines accordingly, cutting boast and wit, presenting the products plainly. A badge for the hat, a lead charm stamped with a saint's sign, a blessing that travels with you if you pay, and one that travels with you even if you cannot, because that is how these houses keep an ethical balance with a practical world. Later, after bowls are cleared and cloaks arranged and feet rubbed with tallow or oil, the room shifts from eating to story. Pilgrims are carriers of news. They move between villages where lives are steady, and those villages learn by their mouths what is happening beyond their hedges. Stories propagate like herbs in a garden, self-seeding where the soil suits them. someone tells of a bridge downriver where the toll has doubled, and the warden frowns, calculating how many more travelers will come this way to avoid the expense. Someone else says a certain town has closed its gates to strangers after dark until the feast day passes because last year an argument near the market became a meaningfully expensive fire. A clerk recites a miracle attributed to the saint whose shrine you seek. The story is one you have heard in a different form, but you find yourself settling into it anyway because to say you believe or disbelieve is to miss the point of a story told among strangers at night, which is to locate yourselves together inside a tradition larger than any one body's aches. If there is music, it is modest, a psalm sung to remind the road that it is threaded by prayer, a simple tune with a narrow range that the whole room can carry without embarrassment. No one wants to be unsettled at this hour. The warden leads the final one, a good night and a petition. The door is barred. You feel the bar's weight, a length of wood that says to the world, enough for today. Then the division begins. Men with men, women with women, and sometimes families with families in a small annex, because a child's cry has a different permission in such spaces. The chamber is darker than a town inn's common room. The only light is from a hearth, banked until it is more memory than flame, and from a small lamp that the warden takes with him as he makes his final walk among the beds, counting softly in his head. Sleep is not immediate. It comes the way a procession moves into a church. People arrive in ones and twos, settle, whisper, cough, and fall still. And then another batch arrives, and the pattern repeats until it seems permanent. You do what you have learned to do. You twist wool into your ears. You turn your head so that your arm is a pillow that muffles your own breath enough to let your mind ignore it. You wait for the man 2 pallets over to find the posture that silences his whistle, which he does only after achieving every posture that proves he cannot. You accept the louse that ambles across your shoulder blade because to fight it is to invite wakefulness, and you have learned to leave that till morning when clothes can be turned and seams pinched. You think, as the last stirrings subside, about the distance between this sound, the breathing of 50 people who have chosen to walk in the same direction for reasons that would take a lifetime to list, and the silence you imagined when you set out. You thought the shrine would be stillness. You discover that the road's sanctity is made in the noise of bodies that refuse to be alone. Somewhere near midnight, footsteps in the lane pause by the door, and the orderly room becomes for a moment a place of alert, a knock, careful and deliberate. The warden's lamp blooms briefly as he rises. He moves to the door, and the bar lifts with a hush like a sigh that has been living in the wood for years. A voice explaining, another answering, a few words, a decision. The door opens just enough to admit a late traveler, his humility visible in the way he holds his cap. He is given a spot near the door, a bowl, a blanket. The bar slides back into place. The room exhales, and you with it. As you fall toward the first of the night's small sleeps, you are aware that this house, which promises rest, is also an engine that keeps the road alive precisely because it can never fully go quiet. You wonder, moment before the drift, whether the shrine you seek is not the destination, but the permission to keep walking within this community of necessary noise, and whether you will know the difference when you finally kneel before the saints. Relics in the church's cold stone gathers every whisper into a single heavy silence that may or may not feel like home. If the road's holiness is found in shared footsteps and the rooms that accept them, what happens to a pilgrim when the din of the way station fades and the long miles between towns begin to press their own kind of quiet into the bones? If the first night on the pilgrim road teaches you that sleep is a communal craft, the second teaches you that noise has a constitution, and it reads like a book with wide margins where practical men and women have scribbled clarifications over the years. You leave the house at dawn with your cloak still carrying the scent of hearth smoke and barley stew. The warden's blessing follows you to the lane. He has impressed upon you a small set of rules that sound moral but function logistical. Keep the road, walk with others when you can, show your badges at the gate, speak the names of those who sent you when questioned, and do not embarrass the house that fed you by bringing the watch to its door after curfew. These are not printed, they are recited. They move from mouth to ear as reliably as any psalm. By midday, you have fallen in with a knot of other walkers. It is safer to be in a knot. A stray dog that would advance on one person hesitates before five. A man looking to lift a purse from a belt prefers a lone hurrying figure to a group that has learned one another's silhouettes. Walking in a knot also makes a new sound, the steady, low conversation that takes the mind out of the miles and ties it to a cadence. You learn that the road to a great shrine is not one road, but many, a web that pulls villages into a common direction. You cross paths with those returning. They carry different noise, the triumphant quiet of people who feel they have completed a task that will be weighed in their favor one day. They tell you about inns ahead in the reverse order you told your stories last night. The bedbugs in one place that require you to spread your cloak on a bench instead. The generous ladle at another that swells with an extra scoop if you say your parish's name. The stern gatekeeper at a town 2 days ahead who insists on seeing proofs and who responds to confident speech more than meekness because he is tired and feels the weight of his duties as if they were literally tied to his wrist. Each detail adds to the algebra you carry, the arithmetic of where to stop and where to keep walking even if your calves are hot and your water gourd is low. By evening, you gain another house that wears its purpose openly, a hostel maintained by a confraternity of the same name as the nearby church, a place where pilgrims are supposed to obey a simple set of rules written on a board that most cannot read, but that is explained to them anyway by a brother who has said these words so often he could say them in his sleep. They are rules like this. Men will sleep on this side and women on that. Those who can donate will. Those who cannot will sweep at dawn. No one will sing after the bell because prayers will follow. Weapons will be hung at the door in the rack that exists for that purpose. Those who arrive drunk will be given water and a bench and nothing more until they can keep their balance without holding on to the table with both hands. These are rules that support piety by creating predictable silence and predictable noise at predictable times. After the stew and the bread, the house transitions to its evening duties. The chapel, no larger than a good room, receives the warden and his helpers and as many travelers as can fit, while others listen from the hall. The psalm they sing is the same wherever the road passes a church, a plain melody anyone can join with, and you join it with a voice that blends rather than leads. The sound enters your chest and assumes command of your breathing, and for the length of a few verses it is possible to believe that noise might be arranged so elegantly that it ceases to be noise. Then the last phrase ends, the syllables float upward, and the human room below, hungry, sore, mixed in age and ambition, reasserts itself. Bowls clink, a cough erupts and is answered by another. Someone whispers an apology in the wrong ear. A child whimpers at a bad dream, and the adult who has volunteered to soothe tonight bends their evening toward that whimper as if it were a pilgrimage in itself. What differentiates this house from many town inns is the presence of officials who stand outside the economy of ale and dice. A proctor of the shrine may visit, moving through the rooms like a mild inspector. He does not judge the stew, he judges the order and the representation of the shrine's name. He asks in a soft tone whether anyone walks in the name of a particular hospital that cares for the sick who cannot travel. He collects their names if they permit him, not to scold but to keep alive the network that makes the road less dangerous. He is part of a communication system you cannot see but can hear at night when his footsteps on the wooden floor, regular and unhurried, are a little too brisk for someone who has been on the road all day. He knows he is observed. He is careful to sound like a person who belongs in any room. Then, as in all such places, commerce finds its way between the vows. The partner you saw last night has a cousin here, or he has walked faster than you did, or he has a way of dividing himself because he is present with similar goods and a similar tone. He is tolerated with limits. He holds up a badge stamped with the image of the saint, a little lead piece that will become a kind of passport when attached to your hat, because the sight of it will answer questions before they are asked by gatekeepers who want reassurance that you belong. He explains again the economy of indulgence, how alms count, how the road itself counts, how the badge is not just a proof of purchase, but a sign of intention made visible. A man in the corner scoffs quietly. The diversity of belief sits down at the same table each night, and the pardoner hears the scoff without acknowledging it, the way craftsmen of noise are trained to pick the sounds they need and leave the tea rest idle. When the barred door announces the hour with its absence of motion, sleep arrangements begin. Here the dormitory is on the upper floor, the stair narrow and steep, the beams heavy and honest in their refusal to be anything other than what they are. As bodies climb, the building speaks, boards complain, nails admit their fatigue, the whole structure settles into the weight it was built to carry. The bedding again is straw, refreshed recently by the smell of the field more than the sight of clean stalks. The arrangement is intentional. Aisles between pallets, a space left near the door for anyone who rises often, a little separation for a family if they are present, and a small niche set aside where a brother can sit with a lamp to shepherd the room through its first unsettled hour. You find your place. You arrange your bag under your neck as your pillow. You adjust your belt under your tunic so that it becomes less a strap and more a ring that keeps your purse from wandering. You practice the paradox of making yourself small while also keeping your elbows enough to yourself that your neighbors can keep theirs. Noise in a pilgrim dormitory is mostly respiratory. It is the variety of breath you do not know exists until you listen for it. Whistlers and breathers as silent as falling dust, those who vocalize softly as if their dreams have dialects, those whose nasal passages are poems about obstruction. Added to this are the incidental sounds, linen creasing, a ring ticking against a tooth when someone, out of habit, draws it to their tongue, the constant dry rattle of straw learning your shape again. You become aware that your own sleep might require a small set of offerings. You give up the idea of a straight-backed rest. You accept the half-doze, the hour awake between longer stretches, the quick return to sleep after a minor interruption, the skill of not resenting the coffer because resentment is an alarm that wakes only you. Some houses assign a watch within the dormitory, a person who walks the aisles once or twice, not as a guard, but as a shepherd. This person listens for a sound that needs answering. The distressed gasp of a fever, the beginnings of a quarrel between two strangers who carry different ideas of elbow ownership, the telltale stealth of a hand traveling toward a bag that is not its own. The presence of a watch changes everyone's sleep a little. It lowers the hum of vigilance. That hum is otherwise a constant on the road, the body's way of admitting that it is never completely safe and deciding, nonetheless, to rest anyway. When a watch is present, you find you sink 2 inches deeper into straw, enough to cross the line between hearing and not hearing. Outside, the night keeps its own record. The lane is quieter than a town street. It hosts fewer wagons and fewer songs, but it is not empty. A night traveller passes with a staff that taps in a way distant cousins of that tap can identify. An old man's steady step, a guard's deliberate wait, a messenger's impatient thrum. At the edge of the property, geese object to something and then decide there was nothing to object to, delivering a quick committee meeting that dissolves into silence. The dog by the hearth in the hall stirs and settles again. The barred door leans into its brackets and becomes part of the building rather than a moving thing. The house, in this shift, feels like a boat moored at the bank of a slow river, rockable but steady. Morning is a soft reset, announced by the thin sound of broth waking and the polite knock of wooden bowls on a table as they are set in their row. You rise when the others rise, because rising in a dormitory is group work, whether you like it or not. You pack your bag in a series of careful movements that put your shirt's clean side toward your skin and your dirty side toward the world, a small act of social courtesy. Downstairs, the warden or his helper reads out a few names, people for whom letters have arrived or who left messages with someone coming the other way, or whose parish priest sent word to be passed along the chain of houses saying he left in good health 3 days ago and should be coming along the southern road. The house is a post office of a kind, the kind that trusts breath and memory more than ink and wax, and you marvel at how often such messages arrive where they were meant to go, conveyed by men and women who have no incentive beyond decency. As you eat, you realize that overnight noise in such places is not mere disturbance, but a mechanism that keeps the road's ethics functioning. The noise police's greed. The man who talks too loudly about money receives a stare. The one who boasts of getting drunk at a shrine is offered water with a smile that is not impolite, but leaves no room for argument. The noise protects vulnerability. When a cry rises, so do hands. When a whisper becomes a request for help, the request is absorbed by a dozen rules the house lives by and becomes action. The noise memorializes. Stories told at night become the road's archives, preserved not on parchment, but in the way people recall them and pass them. And for an age that considers heaven a ledger, the road's ledger is very much a living human book. You step back into the lane, the morning cool enough to sting your ears, the sky undecided, and you ask yourself, as the road begins again to tick under your feet, why it is that the places, designed to bring you closer to quiet, were built to hold so many voices, and whether the pilgrimage's truest discipline is learning how to pray while someone else snores, speaks, or sings. If the road's laws are written in songs and small scoldings, how will you carry those laws into the most crowded place of all, the great shrine that expects reverence amid a multitude? And what kind of sleep, if any, waits for you in the very city that draws every pilgrim's foot? The city that gathers pilgrims does not disguise its intention. Long before you reach its gates, the road grows busier, the ditches littered with objects dropped by hands too tired to bend any longer. A broken staff, a bent spoon, a hat brim torn by a low branch, and abandoned rather than mended. The fields tilt toward hospitality. Stalls appear alongside the track, offering apples, bread ends, flasks of weak wine, sprigs of rosemary to tuck into your hat against lice and to say, "I have made it this far." Ahead, beyond the slight rise, a tower stands with stones that reflect, light with stubborn patience, and a bell tests the air the way a person clears their throat before a speech. You feel the bell before you fully hear it, and in the feeling you accept that the city has already reached you where you stand. At the gate, the watchman's staff is both tool and punctuation. He asks questions he has asked 1,000 times. You answer in the way this road has taught you to answer, with the names of villages, with the name of the saint, with the display of your badge, with a humility that is more skill than sentiment. He recognizes the codes in your hat and your pockets and your posture. He recognizes the road's dust by its color. He allows entry and tells you where to find the pilgrim quarter, where prices are built into the wood and the air, and there is no point in haggling, because thousands of feet stand behind you, eager to take your place if you refuse. You pass under the arch, and the sound that meets you is the city's choral statement. Wheels, hooves, hawkers, bells, and the thick air of cooking that claims every alley like a language that everyone can speak. In a house near the shrine, you encounter the elaborate form of the same function you met at the way stations. The house is wider, taller, its dormitories capable of swallowing a small village each night. It belongs to a hospital of a venerable foundation, its rules older and more polished, its administrators more practiced in dealing with pilgrims who arrive with more enthusiasm than foresight. Here the noise is not only night noise, it is continuous. There are bells for services at fixed hours, and those hours subdivide the day into intervals that priests and monks have prepared for centuries, and that pilgrims must learn quickly or miss their bowls. There are public readings, sermons in the open, proclamations nailed to posts, a marketplace that specializes in everything you thought you would not need until you see it, extra badges, scented sachets to hang from your neck, small cloth bags embroidered with the saint's name to hold a snippet of candle wax from the vigil you will keep, miniature flasks for holy water you will carry home to drop by drops into the wells of those who did not come. The shrine itself is a paradox you knew intellectually, but which your body only now comprehends. You enter seeking silence. You find gravitas that wears noise like a cloak. Pilgrims approach on their knees or on their feet, alone or in pairs, singing softly or speaking not at all, but the aggregate of devotions creates a steady, layered sound. It is not disrespectful, it is persistence. A priest guides the flow with a hand learned in the art of moving hundreds past a narrow rail without turning devotion into traffic. He has a voice meant to be heard and not resented. It carries, it instructs. It blesses the unblessable moments when the crowd decides to be a crowd rather than 1,000 individuals, which sometimes happens despite everyone's best efforts, because human beings meditating on their lives occasionally remember their neighbor's elbows and the impatience that comes with aching knees. The relic, bone, cloth, jewel-encrusted reliquary has its own aura, a quiet which is an assertion rather than an absence of sound. People approach it and lose a layer of noise without becoming silent. They are still breathing, still weeping, still whispering names. The miracle, if there is one, is that reverence survives amid the murmuring. Not that the murmuring ceases. You keep your vigil with the others, a shift like any other shift. An hour, then another. You watch candles gutter, and someone pinch their wicks. You watch a mother show her child how to stand without leaning on the altar rail, the small lesson important both to devotion and to the comfort of the people behind them. You listen to the priest's steady counsel to those who forget what to do next. You learn that the city's intelligence resides partly in these clergy who have observed every version of arrival and every version of collapse, and have taught themselves how to be gentle without being slow, firm without being cruel. When your turn comes to kneel closest, you do. And in that closeness the city's noise recedes, not because it has been pushed away, but because your attention turns inward. And attention is the most powerful muffler available to a pilgrim who has spent weeks perfecting the skill of sleeping within other people's noises. When you exit the church, you are not done. The city claims you for its own rituals, which are practical and holy in different proportions. You present yourself at the hospital to be recorded. A clerk asks for your name, your parish, your reason, your route. He writes quickly with a pen that sputters once and then steadies. The inks scratch a satisfaction you had not expected, a sign that your miles now exist beyond your breath. He gives you a token, a cloth stamp, a bit of lead, a parchment, something you can carry home to prove what your feet and your prayers have done. He instructs you where to sleep. If you can pay, there is a bed closer to the hearth. If you cannot, there is a pallet further away. If you can do neither, there is a bench and a bowl in the morning, and someone who will speak for you if the constable asks why a body is asleep in the wrong place. The city is a negotiating table where your need, your means, and your manners all matter, and where the clatter of bowls and the shuffle of many feet are part of that negotiation. Night in the pilgrim quarter resembles night in the way stations, only more so. The dormitory is larger, the snores in more keys. The kitchens do not entirely rest. There is always a pot somewhere that refuses to concede that dinner is over because latecomers will arrive until the bell forbids it. The watch makes rounds with regular steps, and you find you are grateful for the prediction his footsteps offer. The market outside does not cease entirely either. A seller packs away his badges but keeps out a few for those who will buy one last thing on a whim, because no one leaves a market without wishing they had bought one last thing. An inn on the corner pours ale for locals who have learned to be bored by pilgrims and to profit from them in equal measures. Their songs cut across the quarter with a different melody than the psalms, and the crossing streams of sound do not cancel each other. They coexist. The city expects you to sleep inside that coexistence. You adopt survival habits suited to the scale. You tie your pouch twice. You pick a bed with one side against a wall if you can, and against a trustworthy stranger if you can not. You copy what you see. Clever people do. They place their shoes not beside the bed but in the bed, under their thighs, both to warm the shoes and to keep them from wandering on other men's feet. They fold their cloak with the outside in, so that dust does not register on the surface and attract the eye of someone who covets what looks newer than it is. They tuck their badge under the brim of their hat at night, out of sight, not because it will be stolen for value, but because it will be stolen as a prank or as a quarrel's instrument. And a pilgrim's quarrel that begins with a badge ends with the watch's bored presence, and your night is cut by shame rather than by sleep. You notice, too, that the city's official quiet hours are, paradoxically, the loudest times inside the houses. Curfew lowers over the streets like a lid. Outside diminishes. Inside swells. People process their days when forced into closeness. Tears rise that the daylight suppressed. Laughter comes from a corner where three men compare whose blister was the most theatrical. A clerk tells a woman that her letter has been received at the hospital, and that a name she has been saying, the name of someone at home, was noted by a priest who will include it at Mass in the morning. The relief that follows is loud in a way that shows the utility of noise. It is how the heart declares its receipts stamped and filed. In a different corner, two men argue not over theology but over a point of path, whether the northern track is shorter or the southern track safer. The argument is not about distance, it is about who tells the story afterward. The dormitory, then, is not only a sleeping place, it is a town square adjusted to horizontal posture. Arrival changes your sleep in a way you could not predict. Until now, purpose has carried you. Now, having touched the stone, your body regards its own fatigue without the narcotic of anticipation. You are more awake, not less, in the first city nights. You find yourself counting how many candles in the nave, how many steps to the dormitory, how many turns in a string used to tie up a picture of the shrine someone has given you, from a habit learned on the road and now repurposed as a lullaby. It works eventually, but only after you accept that the city's quiet is a negotiated truce, not a natural state. Even the tower's bell, which once seemed dignified and separate, becomes a participant in the dormitory's nightly meeting. Its hour marking interrupts a dream with a precision that makes you marvel at how faithful clocks are at waking the very people they were commissioned to protect. The morning of departure from the shrine city brings its own ceremony. You join a line at a window where a brother reads out names and issues little proofs, and you wait with the same patience that kept you on the road, because patience has become your only truly valuable asset. The document you receive is simple. It says you were here. It is a tax receipt issued to your soul, and you fold it tenderly because you recognize that the city will not remember you as an individual once you have passed its gate. The document's i.e. purpose is to make the return road, and the rooms on it accept your story without the labor of retelling. It is a passport back into the network of benches and bowls and straw and snores and warnings and songs that will carry you home as safely as people can carry one another in a world that never quiets and never quite abandons the hope of peace. When danced, you walk out at last. The bell again clears its throat, and you feel it in your bones as you did on approach. Only now it sounds like a benediction rather than a summons. You slip back into the artery that carries pilgrims in both directions, and for a time your steps are buoyed by the knowledge that many feet move with you, unseen but present. Then the city's swelling sound recedes, replaced by the smaller, local clatter of a village where a woman scolds a chicken and a boy drags a stick along a fence. You return to a road that requires you to reassemble your own discipline without the help of a crowd. And as the inn at the next village raises its signboard in the afternoon breeze, you put your hand to your hat to make sure your badge has not slipped, and you ask yourself whether the spiritual work ahead is not to seek more miracles, but to relearn. Each night, how to drift among coughs and songs and whispered deals and discover, at last, that holy sleep is not silence at all, but a practiced consent to other people's breath. If the shrine could not make the world quiet, only meaningful, then what quieter or louder truth will the next story reveal about the rules that tried to make knights behave and the ways people used those rules to keep their lives from unraveling? Stand in a medieval street at twilight and listen to the town announce its intentions. A bell in the parish tower begins with a hesitant note, and then it finds its stride, slowly counting the day to its close. It is not a church service bell.
Exactly, though it borrows the church's authority. It is the curfew bell, the town's way of telling you and everyone else to bank your hearth, close your shutters, and prepare your household for night.
You might imagine that this would bring quiet, but the bell does not extinguish life, it rearranges it. Its voice, metal, and memory carries down alleys and over roofs, and people answer not with silence, but with a chorus of preparations that are themselves noisy. The bell opens and closes the day like a door, on which 1,000 hands press at once, and the friction is what you hear as the true sound of evening in places where rules insist that night should behave even when people do not. You feel the law in your body because the law lives in the rhythms you are made to keep. The order to bank fires is not a suggestion. Fire is convenience and hazard in equal measures, and towns have learned by bitter experience that a careless ember can erase streets. So when the bell speaks, households move in ritual. A woman stirs the hearth, pulls ash across coals until their bright breath is smothered to a safe glow. A man checks the latch on the shop's front shutter with a practiced tug. An apprentice rolls a bolt of cloth tight and slides it into a chest whose key lives on a cord around a master's neck. A child scuttles to gather the small, flammable scraps that should not be left by the door. Each act clicks and scrapes and thumps. Each act is ordinary and therefore repeated, and repetition makes a music of its own. The bell's last peal fades, but its consequences ring on in the neighborhood as if the streets themselves were tuning to a key set from above and answering in 100 domestic registers. You learn that the bell is not the only enforcer. After it, the watch begins. Men appointed by ward or parish take up their staves, put their hoods up against mist or dust or cold, and set to walking a loop they have walked many nights before. The watch is a sound more than a sight. Footsteps in pairs or threes, the occasional cough muffled by wool, a staff tapped once at a corner to make a presence known. In places with a formal watch and ward tradition, the watch calls the hour in, a sing-song that has as much to do with reassurance as with counting. He reports the weather with simple poetry, past midnight and a fair night, or after 2 of the clock and raining, and his report is meant as much for those inside as those outside. It tells you that at least one man with authority is awake and has noted that your fire has been banked and your door shut. It tells the restless that their noises carry further than they think, and it tells the drowsy that the town is still turned outward as well as inward. This is not silence by mandate. It is quiet, negotiated through the promenade of men whose job is to keep it from breaking too hard in one place at once. Imagine yourself as a tradesman bound by the rules that stand behind those bells and steps. The town's market ordinances fix your hours of sale, the guild statutes fix your right to hang a sign, and the assize of bread and ale, or its local cousin, fixes the measures by which you trade. Ale may not be sold thin, except where it is called small beer, and priced accordingly. Cups and jugs must be of honest size. The alehouse is permitted to pour by daylight, and in many places censured after the bell for any commerce that throws voices into the lanes. Well, these are not mere niceties. They are linked to fines that a constable would rather not impose, but will if pushed, because the town's stability depends on compliance more than on punishment, and on just enough punishment to persuade compliance. You feel in your bones that the place where you will sleep depends on 1,000 small obediences to rules that most people do not read, but all of them live by without thinking too hard, until a tax collector reminds them why memory matters. The paradox is that by curtailing, the rules concentrate. They do not end drinking, they compress it into earlier hours and fewer rooms. The alehouse, a separate room in many inns, or a house licensed to sell ale and nothing else, swells before the bell. Journeymen finish their day, labourers wash, their hands in a bucket by the door, Carriers stamp mud from their boots, and voices accumulate around the same long tables where they will taper only when the watch makes its first slow round. Enacting order turns the hours before curfew into a rush that results in a more vigorous clatter of cups, louder laughter as people race to finish their stories, and an argument or two that must be settled with a look from the keeper or a hand on a shoulder. To make night law-abiding, the law inadvertently makes the hours just before night unruly enough to satisfy men who will soon have to bow their heads under the weight of the bar across the door. You hear in the city's soundscape the effect of licensure, a word that implies both permission and a leash. Licenses to keep an alehouse, to sell wine, to harbour travellers, to set a bench and pour for coin. These are privileges, not rights. They are sometimes overseen by a man with a book, sometimes by a committee of neighbours who remember more accurately than any parchment what your house was like 2 winters ago, when that brawl left blood on the doorstep and your wife had to sweep it at dawn. The license, renewed or threatened, is how the town modulates where noise is allowed to live. A house that keeps decent order may be allowed a bit of leeway. A house that makes the watch's staff tap too often after midnight may find itself shut, and its regulars redistributed to someone else's benches, their jokes and their coins and their troubles spread thinner for a while. When you drink, you are participating in a managed system no less than when you paid toll at the gate. The impression of chaos is a thin skin over an agreement everyone signs with their feet. Curfew is not a wall, it is a curtain. Behind it, households are expected to withdraw into the softer sounds of domestic endurance. Yet the inner life of a street after the bell is anything but empty. You have listened to the scraping of benches as families draw them near the hearth's safe glow. You have heard the whisper of a spindle as a woman keeps her hands busy, because hands learn rhythms and do not easily surrender them to darkness. You have noticed the steady spin of a quern stone grinding what grain is left for tomorrow's loaf, because the morning will be easier if the coarse work is done while children drowse. These noises are small, but they travel. A neighbour coughs and another neighbour counts. The counting is not nosiness, but a way of monitoring health in an age when one man's cough today becomes a parish's worry tomorrow. The house's dog warns with a single low sound when someone lingers too long on the doorstep. The warning is not ruction, but it tells you that doors are the frontier where law meets habit and where vigilance rests lightly without sleeping. The rules have other voices, papers read aloud at ward meetings, proclamations cried by a bellman in the market square, guild wardens knocking a cup with a spoon to summon attention before reminding journeymen of fines for working after hours or for leaving off work early with the week not yet out. You hear the list of penalties like a psalm recited too often to examine, a familiar chain of words that means you are part of a place where misbehavior has already been imagined and given a price. It is not that people are obedient in their souls, it is that they have learned to negotiate with the shape of authority and to produce, within its contours, the exact amount of noise that will satisfy appetite and leave the structure intact. The bell's function is not to quell, it is to give the town a temporal skeleton, to which the flesh of custom can be attached in a way that moves without tearing. If you expect the watch to be a silent guardian, you will be surprised by how
often he must be a voice. He hails men who linger near a shutter half open and asks their business. He scolds a boy headed home at a trot with a loaf he should have fetched an hour earlier.
he tells a house to mind its sparks when a late rekindling sends one up the chimney. In some towns he sings a practical song that names the hour and the weather and thus marks time's passage aloud, reinforcing the bell's earlier statement. With a kind of talking clock that is older than any mechanism, this talk is not ornamental. It is a way of making the night obey the fiction that the town is a single household. The watch's voice is a father's voice used in a place where fathers may be away, and each house relies on a borrowed authority to feel protected without surrendering its autonomy. You also begin to understand that alehouse law exists to separate a legitimate house from an illegitimate one. The rules about measures, closing, gambling, and harbouring fugitives draw a line in noise. On one side is laughter, the scrape of dice, the song that stays inside walls. On the other is shouting that spills, threats that curdle, a clatter that draws strangers to doorways with faces set and ready to step in if the innkeeper's hand loses its steadiness. The town thinks about this distinction constantly because the same benches that warm craftsmen after work are the benches where conspiracies against tax, guild, or lord may be whispered. By requiring that doors close at curfew and that rooms hush after prayer, the town seeks to flatten the spikes in its nightly graph. You are grateful for the flattening when you lie down. You resent it when you are in the middle of your third story. The law counts on both of these truths, cancelling one another out over the course of a week. The bell that begins the night will return in your dreams, not as a command, but as a kind of clock with a kind human face. Its sound is there in the habits you form. You will bank your own fire earlier, even on nights when your household could risk a little longer glow. You will learn to drink more slowly, knowing that the last cup has no appeal if it must be swallowed in a rush. You will become, in short, the kind of person who lives inside the rules without feeling the edges until you travel to a place with different ones, and suddenly the hours misbehave under your feet. And yet, as the watch calls the second hour and the footsteps pass your door with their even cadence, you turn on your palate towards sleep and think, not of the law as a prison, but of the law as a lullaby that learned how to keep a town from burning to the ground by persuading people to make their noise in patterns the walls could bear. If a bell and a book of rules could coax a town toward quiet without extinguishing its appetite for sound, what happened when alehouses and inns leaned against those rules, serving a night market that refused to end on command and taught the watch to listen for the difference between a lively bench and a breaking point? Stand with the watch at the corner where two lanes meet, and you will learn more about alehouse law in an hour than you could in a month of hearing it recited. The watchman's job is not to count drunks. It is to know which benches are singing themselves to sleep and which benches are tuning for trouble. He listens to a house as if it were an instrument. Too much bass, shouting, pounding cups, warnings rise, too many quick treble laughs stitched tight together. Someone is baiting someone else. A sudden drop to silence. An argument has entered, a sharper phase, or a constable has stepped into the doorway and the room is pretending innocence. His ear is trained not by books, but by a life in the lanes, by bell after bell, by midnight rounds that taught him how to tell the difference between a song that expects a chorus and a song that ends with someone thrown into the street. You learn that the keeper runs his alehouse like a ship pulled into harbour at sunset. He notes who walks in and where they plant themselves. He puts dice on the table only if he has the time to stand over them. He pours in measures that are honest enough to avoid complaint, but small enough to prevent oblivion from arriving too soon. He keeps track of trade between people who should not be trading, reminding the tinman that taking a Smith's pledge tonight will mean no work for either of them come morning. He is not moral so much as managerial. Alehouse law gives him the cover when he enforces what would otherwise be only his preference. He points to closing hours when he wants to ease a man toward the door. He points to the measure when someone demands more for less. He points to the no gambling afterbell clause when a game's heat rises. The rules live as his allies, and the town hopes that by empowering him, it will not need to empower a constable to come in with the weight of a fine. The ale serves as a metronome. Before curfew, the beat accelerates. Voices gather. After curfew, unless the house has special license for travelers, the beat is supposed to slow, and in respectable houses it does. A bench becomes a place to talk in low voices, the kind that rub the day's edges off rather than sharpen them. A man with too much ale is steered to a corner or a yard to cough up his mistakes. A woman who sells more than drink in some streets is shown the door when the watch's footsteps sound near. The house obeys the law in the way a boat obeys a current, by working with it enough to keep from capsizing. In disreputable houses, the rhythm is different. The door is always a little open, and a figure stands outside to warn of approach. Cups are heavier later, because heavy cups numb tempers before temper can turn into talk that moves walls. You learn that rule breaking has its own techniques of soundproofing. Thick benches, heavy tapestries, smaller rooms behind rooms, architectural, tricks designed to satisfy the written law by keeping its ear empty even as the unwritten one hums. The constable's appearance is measured, not constant. He has other tasks, settling market disputes at dawn, serving writs, fetching men to join the watch when a thief has been sighted, and he prefers when an innkeeper keeps order without forcing him to be a spectacle. But on nights when the rumor of a brawl persists, he will take a lantern and 2 men and step into the threshold with a voice level enough to be mistaken for gentleness if you do not hear the iron in it. He will ask for names if he must, but more often he asks for quiet, and the house complies because tomorrow's bread price matters more than tonight's victory, and the men around the table know that a fine laid on the keeper becomes a cup, not poured for them next week. In this way, law interleaves with appetite. Each man understands that his comfort depends on an economy that has no patience for houses shuttered for disorder, or for benches broken in quarrels. People will be embarrassed. By in the morning, you cannot separate alehouse law from the city's need to sleep and to work at dawn. Curfew is not a moral line only, it is a labor line. Bakers rise in the dark to heat ovens, water carriers shoulder their yokes when stars still hold the alleys. Drovers begin to collect their animals before first bell so the market can open. If the city wishes for bread at a reliable hour, it cannot have men still drinking when it needs them carrying flour. So it leans on closing time like a lever that lifts morning into place. You hear the alignment when first light finds the last voices fading, and the sound of one life slides neatly
into the sound of another.
The town relies on this dovetailing in a way that makes a late alehouse not only a nuisance, but an offence against a schedule that is itself a kind of welfare. Wakefulness becomes a public good only if it belongs to people with morning tasks. Everyone else is supposed to turn their talk into dreams. The rules also protect those who should not be in alehouses at all, or at least not often. Apprentices are watched. An apprentice caught overstaying in a house that sells ale may feel his master's displeasure and his guild's fine. Women in many quarters are discouraged from lingering at benches that carry reputations as strong as their drink. There are exceptions. Wives of tradesmen settling accounts for deliveries, widows running small ale cellars from their front rooms, women travellers seeking lodging. But even then, the town's tongue is sharp and lives off stories about who sat where and for how long. Alehouse law, therefore, shadows reputation. It creates spaces where certain people may be, and it pushes other people back into lanes where the watch can note their movement with a raised brow. You understand that law steers not only noise but bodies, and by steering bodies it tries to keep the night from breeding more stories than the parish can afford to forgive. Past the obvious clatter, there is the bureaucratic whisper that undergirds the whole arrangement. The ward moot court records complaints and the clerk's pen scratches on parchment, while neighbours speak about nights when singing went on longer than was decent. The assize officials measure jugs and mark them with little nicks, each nick a promise that a cup will be what it says. The churchwardens count the number of times the bell rope was pulled late to call volunteers for buckets when smoke appeared at a roof. The tally of such things matters because fines collected pay for repairs or oil for lamps or a new ladder to replace the one broken last winter. You live not in an abstract city of romance, but in a machine whose gears are greased with the proceeds of rule and the observance of custom. The watchman's ear is part of this, a sensor feeding back to a system older than any man on the round tonight. The grey area between permitted and forbidden is where most nights truly live. A travelling tinker arrives after bell with a story that he was detained at the gate by inspection. The keeper weighs the story against the coin and the man's face, and he decides to pour. A group of carters, delayed by a broken axle, limp in and plead for a hot bowl. The door opens, the spoons clink. The room remembers that humanity is a rule alongside rules. The watch passes, hears noise, and does not intrude because he knows the names of good reasons better than those of bad excuses. You discover that the city remains livable only because rules are enforced with intelligence rather than with blind insistence. That intelligence creates its own sound, a lower pitch, a less frantic tempo, a conversation that moves like a tide rather than a storm. Still, there are nights when the bench's edge is crossed, and you are pulled into the kind of shouting that towns hope is rare. A joke twists into insult. A debt reminder blooms into accusation. Dice pass a point beyond which probability is no longer trusted, and a die is seized and declared false. The keeper's hand is not enough. The constable is summoned, or the watch steps in. Voices that carried songs and trade talk now carry threats. The door opens, and the lane acquires witnesses. Neighbours lean from shutters. The bell is silent. Law must operate with feet and simple speech. If the brawl becomes a knot, it rolls into the street, and the watch uses staves not as weapons but as levers, wedging men apart, announcing names, demanding they take the rest of it to tomorrow's court, where noise becomes writing. The court is what law does with noise in the end. It presses it into lines that fit on a page and reduces all that sound to a decision measured in coins or days. When the benches are righted and the floor swept and the smell of spilt ale begins to fade, the night resumes its ordinary argument with sleep. The houses that did not flare return to their hum. The watchman continues, tapping his staff twice to tell his partner he is passing a known trouble door, and once to say all is well. You settle on your pallet with the knowledge that the very rules you sometimes resent have spared you from sharper awakenings. It is not that the law made the night quiet. It is that it kept the noise corralled in places where men consented to be corralled, and where keepers, watch, and neighbours learned to keep it from becoming a flame. You think of the bench's edge because that is where the city's peace truly lives, balanced on a plank held up by custom, fear of fines, and the ordinary mercy of people who decide more often to go home than to stay for one more cup. If the watch's ear and the keeper's hand were enough to keep most nights within bounds, what happened when the city faced seasons of festival, disaster, or war, when bells rang for reasons other than curfew, and the laws tried to stretch over a noise
larger than any lane had ever held?
There are nights that wear ordinary rules like a too-small shirt. You will feel it on the eve of a feast day when the market swells and the church bells refuse to be counted because they have been busy calling, tolled more for joy than for time. The town's population doubles for a day with strangers who have business that often ends at sundown and begins again at dawn. They cannot all vanish behind shutters. The lanes fill. Alehouses brim. A preacher in the square stirs the air into patterns of call and response that continue even after he has gone to his bed, and those patterns find their way into drinking rooms where men of different parishes test one another's words as if tasting them for odd spices. The watch knows this season by the sore feet it brings. He also knows that the line between celebration and disorder is thinner when the city plays host to many tongues at once. He adjusts his round, he calls the hour a little more loudly, and states the weather with more theatrical certainty because voice is one of the few tools he has to reassert a common rhythm against an uncommon press. The law bends, but does not break on such nights. Closing time becomes gentle urging, then repeated urging, then a hand on a shoulder, with the knowledge that fining a man who will be gone by morning is a waste of ink. Instead, the keeper leans on custom. He refuses to pour for anyone who did not buy before bell, and on the room's desire to sleep before rooster. He understands that the city will forgive a longer hum on a feast night, so long as it does not become a roar. He also understands that a spilled cup and a torn sleeve may, at dawn, be the cost of a market well attended and a shrine well honored. This is not laxity. It is governance with an eye for the ledger's larger balance. You sit on your bench and feel the town make decisions at the level of your cup's rim, which is, in its way, where all good policy is finally enacted or not. There are other nights when bells speak in another register entirely. An alarm bell rings with a speed and a panic that turns every house into a foot on a stair. Fire has been sighted. The banked coals of one house have decided to betray its family, or a spark has found thatch, or a baker's apprentice has forgotten his order of operations, and now the street is a furnace in waiting. Suddenly the quiet that the curfew once promised is replaced by the crack of buckets, the shouted names of men being summoned to the line, the hoarse command of someone who remembers which well is full and which well went sour last week, the scrape of ladders dragged from churches
and yards.
Law becomes a plan more than a rule. Who forms the chain, who knocks down a shed to make a fire break, who beats at a door to wake the deaf old woman everyone knows will not hear the alarm unless the door is nearly broken. You join the chain. The bucket's weight gives your hands a music, the beat of pass and return. Pass and return. You understand that this is the night the town truly practices its community, and its noise is not vice but instrument after fire, after flood, after any disaster the church chooses to call judgment and the ward chooses to call bad luck. The city sleeps out of sequence. People lie down at odd hours in unusual places. The church may put pallets in the nave if houses have been lost. Ale houses serve not simply to sell, but to serve, feeding workers who cannot return home. The watch's voice becomes hoarse and rarely calls the hour, not because the time does not deserve marking, but because more urgent marking has occupied his lungs. For a few days, the law's ordinary conversation with the night is replaced by the orders that keep a place standing. Then gradually the bell returns to its ritual peal, the watch returns to its pattern, and the noise shrinks back into the channels it knows. The town's memory keeps the loudness as a cautionary tale told at benches, When a child asks why the ladder in the churchyard is scorched on one side, or why the new houses are set a little farther apart than the old, wartime, or riot shifts the acoustics again, soldiers billeted in inns change the manners of rooms, their boots announce different habits, their laughter is broader, their fists quicker, and the keeper, who has kept order with a soft look and a hard word for years, discovers that his licenses protection is thinner when men with weapons claim his benches. The watch goes smaller. He walks fewer lanes and more quickly. He prefers to avoid houses where new voices gather. The law flexes, but sometimes it is bent into shapes it cannot recognize. You feel it when the curfew bell rings, and the men in the corner answer with a song in a language you do not understand and do not challenge. The house then must sleep outside its rules for a time, and it does so by shrinking to the edges of the room where ordinary townsmen learn to keep still until the boots move on. The opposite of these extraordinary nights is the lay of winter, when darkness falls early and the bell rings at an hour you still associate with late afternoon in summer. You close shutters earlier, you eat earlier, the alehouse fills sooner and empties sooner. The watch finds that his calls sound louder in the cold air, and he lowers his voice to keep from breaking the windows with the sharpness of it. Snow is a muffler that makes mischief tempting because it hides footfalls, and the law adjusts by placing more men near the gate and asking the guilds to contribute a man each to the rounds. You notice that the city always manages to produce just enough men to enforce what it must, and no more, because men are expensive in coin and in goodwill, and the balance between order and resentment is a line a wise town will not cross without necessity. There is one last kind of night to know, the night when the city celebrates itself for having laws at all. Once a year in some places the ward meets in the open with torches lit, and a tally of the year's fines read aloud, not to shame, but to boast of the order maintained and the uses to which the money will be put. The clerk's voice is dull and exacting. He names houses, dates, sums, infractions. You might think this would be a scold, but it has the feel of a harvest. The people nod. The money collected will mend a bridge, buy oil for the lamps at the church door, pay an old watchman a pension. The noise in the square after such a reading is lighter, as if the town has collectively remembered that its laws work not because bells command, but because neighbors consent, and consent is a quieter sound than command, even when it produces the same lowering of shutters. When you finally turn in on an ordinary night after a season of extraordinary ones, the curfew bell again anchors you. The watch's staff taps at the corner, a bench scrapes in the alehouse as the keeper clears. The last cups, somewhere. A man with a voice like worn leather calls out that it is the second hour and the night fair, and you lie with your head on your rolled cloak and think of how many little decisions it takes to keep a town like this dozing rather than bristling. You came to understand that the law is less a wall than a set of channels, and within those channels people pour their talk and their drink, their quarrels and their reconciliations, their griefs and their jokes, and the city carries them to morning without spilling over. You have been held not by silence but by shape, and that shape has kept your sleep possible, if never perfect. If towns learned to sleep by training their bells and feet to mark the night into sensible pieces, what would you hear if you stepped out of the doorway and into the yard behind the inn, where the law of sleep meant less than the law of hooves, hammers, and work that obeyed a different clock entirely? If the common room is the inn's face and the alehouse its tongue, the yard is its heart, thick with work, steady with rhythm, and indispensable to every promise made at the door. Step through the back, and you are in a space that pretends to be open, but is as carefully managed as any counting house. The surfaces tell you the story first. Cobblestones darkened by manure and rain lie in a pattern that drains toward a corner where a channel runs to a sump. The walls that enclose the yard are more than fences. They are weather breaks that turn wind into a manageable brush against cloaks rather than a knife. The stable doors, plank and hinge, ironed by men who knew 1,000 winter mornings, swing on arcs so well memorized they hardly creak. Everything is positioned to be loud in ways that help rather than hinder. A hammer's bright ring from the far corner declares iron is bending into a shoe. A rasp's burr says a hoof is being trimmed. A horse shakes itself and sets tack, jingling in a cascade of small bells. The yard is not quiet because it is not supposed to be. It is a workshop where sleep exists only as a pause between tasks. You meet the hostler first because the hostler meets everyone first. He is the yard's master of ceremonies, a man whose hands tell you more than his words ever will. He smells of hay, sweat, grease, and smoke. He wears a cap ground into his hair by weather, and his boots have a memory of every stone he has stepped on in the last month. He does not ask plan. He asks horses, how many, how tired, how shod. He asks when you need them in the morning and whether they have been pastured or stabled recently. His questions are a pattern he has turned into second nature. While he asks, he has already moved. He signals a boy who is already moving. Halters appear as if by magic. A gate opens and a stall brightens to receive a new body. The racket of hooves in a confined space is the yard's drum. You feel it in your knees as well as your ears. It tells you other people are here, committing to the same night's work of care and the next day's promise of motion. You look around and see that the yard is designed to keep horses and men from colliding in ways that ruin both. The water trough sits where carts cannot back into it. The grain bin is lidded to keep out the rat and the foolish man who would overfeed to show generosity. The hay rack is at a height that discourages a horse from burying its eyes in it, and, forgetting to breathe, each stall has a drain, each stall has a ring, each ring has a lead rope. The ropes speak when used. They rasp and thump in ways that tell the hostler which horse now eats and which shifts too much weight to a forefoot, and may need a look at the hoof before morning. The yard's noise is diagnostic. It tells the practiced ear what cannot be seen in a glance at dusk. It also tells a thief whether the yard is attentive, and this yard is. Every sound that should be made is made, and the absence of a sound, a horse that does not drink, a latch that does not click, is a note that draws eyes. If a farrier is attached to the house or nearby, the yard at night sometimes becomes a forge in miniature. You step toward the corner where the sound is star bright, even when the sky is dark. A fire nestles in a small hearth, fed with charcoal that burns clean and hot. The farrier lifts an iron shoe from the coals with tongs, the metal glowing the color of fatigue and then the color of readiness. He holds it against the hoof he has trimmed with practiced slices of his knife, the knife a tool as persuasive as it is sharp. The shoe hisses as it meets horn. A smell rises that is not quite hair and not quite bone, and the sound carries a promise. Tomorrow the road will not cut this animal's feet, and the wagon will not hesitate on the hill, and the travellers in the common room can trust their weight to iron they will never see when it matters most. The farrier's hammer speaks in strokes that ladder upward before settling into a groove. Those strokes are the yard's greatest advertisement. A traveller will choose this in again if he believes his horse knew a competent hand here, and belief is a sound you can learn to recognize in the way a man sighs when he sees a forge already lit at night. The yard is also a ledger. and in the ledger line after line is written in feed and space and time. Oats measured into a nosebag are coin. Hay forked over a barrier is coin. Straw spread fresh is coin. A stall assigned close to the gate, making an early departure easier, is coin. The hostler does the math in his head while his hands do something else. He knows the capacities of his stalls and how many animals he can house without creating a morning tangle. He knows which teamster will complain if his horses share a wall with another's, and he can decide whether to indulge the complaint or to teach a lesson by ignoring it. The yard's noises tell you when he does either. Indulgence is quieter. A man who gets what he wants leaves the yard with a satisfied grunt. Instruction is louder. A man who is told to take what is available mutters, and his mutter joins the
rack above the yard where other mutters hang for hours like drying cloth. Night is not complete work.
It is interrupted work. A wagon will arrive late, its wheels a weary argument with every rut in the lane. A pack-horse train will shuffle in after moonrise, their wooden pack saddles creaking like old men's chairs. Drovers moving cattle toward. Morning markets, sometimes by arrangement, borrow a yard's far corner to hold animals that cannot be in a lane, and their lowing makes a sound that persuades sleep to go elsewhere. You learn that the yard's compact with the town's laws depends on its capacity to keep such noise inside its walls, and the hostler's job includes diplomacy with neighbors. He promises that the drovers will be gone at first light. He pays for repairs when a gate is banged too hard. He instructs his boys to sweep the lane in the morning where straw drifted under the door as if the yard had exhaled when no one was watching. Noise management is politeness made practical. The tools hanging in their places are a choir of potential. A broom against a wall has one kind of sound when used to move straw, and another when used to scrub damp cobble at dawn. A shovel makes a noise that maps the night's animals in the morning by the shape and weight of what is lifted. A harness hung wrongly will clink through the night and tell a careful hostler which boy needs a reminder about hooks and how they should be placed so leather hangs without bending. You begin to see that the yard's work is a text written each evening and read each morning, and that if the reading is done well, the inn's day will open, without surprises louder than a horse's snort at a bucket's reflection. If you rest in a corner and watch, you will see small rituals that keep the yard alive. A man with a bottle of lamp oil checks hinges that have announced a need by squealing once too often. A boy takes a brand from the hearth to light a lantern and is made to return it with care, the brand snuffed rather than thrown, because every stray ember is an argument with the inn and the town. A woman from the kitchen steps out to tell the hostler that a broth is ready for a man who came soaked and will ruin the straw if he sleeps in wet wool. The hostler answers that the man's horse is worrying a flank and needs a cloth rubbed over it before a chill settles. The conversation is not about charity, it is about stewardship. People who work in yards always sound like stewards. They speak as if the animals were clients and the road a demanding employer. When the house quiets and the yard narrows to its last tasks, the sounds sharpen. You can hear the difference between a horse chewing and a horse standing. You can hear the soft rattle of a loose shoe that will require attention at dawn. You can hear the chain on the gate settle. The yard dog draws circles on stone with his nails before settling by the door, where he will detect any foot that does not belong. A rooster in the stable, foolish and confident, announces a dawn that is not yet there, and a boy curses him softly and is told to hush by a man who remembers that roosters are clocks with minds of their own, and not often wrong about time even when they are impertinent about it. When you finally turn back toward the common room, you will carry the yard with you in your clothes and your head. The smell of it is not filth. It is proof of movement in a world where movement is wealth and risk at once. You will sleep, if you sleep, with the hammer still ringing in your thoughts, with the memory of the hostler's quick step and the farrier's bright breath, and you will ask yourself whether any guest ever understood the inn who only tasted its ale and did not stand in its yard long enough to hear why the road trusted it with the lives that pull and carry and make all the rest possible. If the yard's work makes a roof and meal meaningful, what happens when the flow of animals and goods swells beyond a single gate, drawing in drovers, carriers, and whole trains that turn the yard into a night market of motion where the idea of sleep is not
absent but merely deferred?
By the time a pack-horse train noses through the inn's gate after sunset, the yard becomes a harbour at low tide, full of the clinks and thuds that mean unloading in earnest. You learn to read the train before a word is said. The lead horse wears a bell with a tone the others know, a small, dignified note that has pulled the line through fog, ford, and forest. The horses are short, sturdy, with backs made to carry loads balanced across a wooden pack saddle. Their panniers or bales are banded with rope that has learned its knots so well it almost unties itself when permitted. The man at the head of the line is called a carrier or a chapman, depending on what he moves and how he sells. His face is lined not only by weather but by counting. He measures distance as the sum of steps needed to earn a profit after tolls, losses, and the ale that keeps men agreeable. He steps into the yard and claims a patch the way a craftsman claims a bench, politely, and with the knowledge that he is entitled by custom to space if he pays for stabling, fodder, and a bowl. Unloading is a sound picture you will not forget. The thump of a bale of cloth placed upright, the rustle as it leans into a wall, the near silence of a sack of spices set down as if it were an egg, the heavier dump of a pack full of metal goods whose clatter is the song of tools at rest. The carrier keeps a tally with a bit of charcoal on a scrap of board or in his head, with a mutter that counts in pairs because many loads are made in twos. As he counts, he also accounts for risk. He chooses what to bring inside the house overnight, and what to leave in locked wagons or under a lean-to watched by a boy whose eyes are sharper than his strength. The inn participates in this arithmetic by offering a lockable shed or a corner of the cellar for items whose value could tempt fate. Coin changes hands and makes a lumpy sound because it is mostly copper. Silver appears only when necessity forces it to shine. Along the yard's far edge, drovers tease their herds into tight knots that will keep until dawn. Cattle are not silent. They complain willingly. Their calls overlap and create an undernote that makes conversation a little harder
and laughter a little higher.
The drovers' dogs move like thoughts at the edge of the herd, low, watchful, ready to be voices if muscle fails. The men themselves have learned how to sleep while standing if the night is kind and to wake on a needle when a hoof finds a weak board. They speak the language of gates and rails, and that language is a sequence of sounds, the clack of a peg into a post hole, the spring of a hurdle panel flexing and then settling, the slight grunt of two men lifting a barrier without catching their fingers. It is an orchestra without a conductor, and yet the parts come in and out with a competence that feels like rehearsed music. The night market you find here is not for retail customers, though a housewife from next door might sneak to the fence to ask a drover whether the beef will be pastured tomorrow or killed today, and whether, if she waits with a small handful of coin, she could meet him on the lane beyond the official shambles to save a little and avoid the butcher's markup. The real market is in favors, and arrangements. The carrier asks the drover if tomorrow's herd can leave the gate at third bell instead of second to avoid blocking the pack train in the narrowest part of the road. The drover asks the hostler whether a shortcut to the lower field is still passable or whether last week's rain made it a bog that will swallow a cow to the belly. The hostler asks the farrier if he can spare one shoe for a mare who threw hers at the ford and now stands tender on the off-form. Each request makes a sound, literally a soft, entreating tone, a hesitation before agreement, a clap on a shoulder to seal it, that your ear begins to recognize as commerce's true signature. The dogs speak again when a stranger's foot falls.
Wrong. The yard is a membrane between public and private, and the dog is the membrane's nerve. He does not bark at the carrier he saw last month. He lowers his voice into a note that says, "I know you, behave, and all will be well."
He raises it by a degree when a man with a cloak, too eager for corners, steps in from the lane. The hostler answers with his staff tapped lightly on stone, an audible statement that men are awake, and so are their sticks. Noise disciplines, at least as effectively as eyes. You have learned by now how people use sound not only to work, but to warn, to welcome, and to police without reaching for law. The yard is the perfect classroom for this lesson. It tolerates many sounds, it refuses a few. The refusal is not a leap, it is the raising of a voice in a specific way at a specific time. Inside the house, the common room receives some of this. Yard life through its walls. Men step in to eat with their bodies, still leaning forward as if there were a pack on their shoulders or a team at their hands. The clatter they make at table is simply their work translated to wooden bowl. They speak while counting without meaning to, a habit strong enough that even when they talk of weather or children, they punctuate sentences with the numbers in their heads. They finish less ale than you expect because they know they will need it, their wits at cockcrow. They drift back outside with the gravity of men attached to animals by invisible cords. If you sit near the door, you will be drafted for a moment to carry a lantern, hold a gate, or fetch a bucket. The yard shares its work the way a hearth shares its warmth. There is also repair, always repair. A strap cracked in the afternoon. It needs stitching. The hostler keeps a small bench with an awl, a blunt needle, linen thread rubbed with wax, and he works like a man who has done this in rain. He does not hurry because haste snarls thread. He does not dawdle because dawn comes whether leather is ready or not. The sound of thread pulled through a hole is a high, dry zip. The knot tied is a firm click against leather. If a cart rim split, a wheelwright may be found in the neighborhood and persuaded to come by lamp. He looks at the brake, shakes his head, and speaks in a way that translates wood's language into men's. He reads the grain, tells what happened at the ford, predicts who to blame and who to forgive, and then he patches enough to carry to his shop tomorrow. His adze whispers as it kisses the wood. The iron hoops whisper too, warming over coals, expanding, then tightening as they cool, gripping the rim like the right word, closing a sentence you have been trying to finish for a day. Sleep in this place is found in the gaps. A drover dozes against a rail for 6 minutes and wakes as if a bell rang for him alone. A carrier puts his head on a bale as if it were a pillow and gives his neck one perfect bend that protects his coin from wandering hands. The hostler sits on a low stool and lets his eyes be half open, because half is as much as any man can spare when horses stand on either side of a timber, waiting to remember that prey animals sleep in slices and watch better than men do when darkness comes. The yard does not close, it slows. It is a river that moves even when its surface looks like glass, a place where no one claims the right to a full night unless they have the luxury of a house with no animals to worry and no loads to move. Dawn uncorks the yard as if the night had been a bottle. Bells that seemed politeness become orders. The lead horse's bell finds its note. Dogs stretch and shake and trot to their positions. Men become efficient in a way even they admire in one another. No words wasted, every motion economical. Oats are given in quantities learned by eye. Nosebags come off in the order they went on. Harnesses are thrown over backs with a flop that sounds like confidence. A team leans into a collar and finds it snug in one pull. A latch lifts. The gate takes a breath and swings. The lane outside receives the first hooves, then the second, and the inn's yard breathes out into the town, a morning its inhabitants will read in the music of iron and leather and wool and wood. You lean against the wall and wonder whether the inn's yard has taught you a new way to think about loudness. It is not nuisance here, it is the way strangers become allies in the dark, the way commerce makes its promises credible, the way living creatures and their keepers speak across species in a set of practical signals that work because everyone wants tomorrow to begin without loss. And yet, as you watch the last man tie the last knot and walk through the gate, you realize that there is a final noise you have not yet listened to carefully. The hearth inside, where those who tend the yard come in to warm their hands between tasks and make a smaller human music that explains why they keep doing it night after night. If the yard is motion's school, what lessons waited by the hearth inside for the men and women whose lives were set to hooves and hammers? What recipes, receipts, and rules turned their noise into a household's continuity that outlasted any single journey? When you step back, inside from the yard's steady clangor, the hearth feels like a soft answer to a loud question. Its heat is not only a comfort, but a way to keep the yard's workers elastic. The kitchen understands this. It times certain pots for certain hours because it knows when men will come through the door with hands too stiff to untie knots and thoughts still on the gate's latch. The broth kept on the hob through the night is thin but honest. It gives, sold back to men who sweated in winter and chased breath in summer. A heel of bread left under a cloth stays warm enough to feel like luck. The fat that once made a stew rich during supper is now a sheen in the bowl that makes the spoon move easier, which is enough of a miracle at 2 hours before dawn. Every scrape of a ladle against iron is a sound the yard learns to trust. It tells the men outside that the house keeps faith with their clocks. The ledger that the innkeeper's wife keeps is as much about the yard as it is about the benches. It records fodder given, shoes replaced, harness mended, straw changed. It notes who paid, who promised, and whose promise is usually as good as coin because he brings custom every fortnight and never arrives with a complaint sharper than his knife. She writes the numbers in a hand less ornamented than a clerk's, but more accurate than a drunkard's story will ever be. The ledger's rustle is the paper version of the yard's rustle, an index of tasks that will roll forward regardless of weather. You see her look up when a certain hoof sound comes through the door, and you know she is measuring how many bales are left and whether she must send a boy to the neighbor for straw to tide over Sunday. Her calculations do not echo, and yet they set a rhythm for the house that is as vital as the bell and the hammer. Her recipes include yard rules disguised as food. Porridge for men who must not drink before sunrise because a heavy stomach and a light head make for broken harness and a horse's cut flank. Warm ale only in a measure that fits the hour and the man. Gossip dispensed in carefully measured ladles. as well because a little news sweetens men's tempers, but too much news acts like a sour on milk and curdles the room. She knows whose child is ill and who needs to be sent home early and who should be offered a place to sit by the chimney for a moment before he returns to a fight with a mule that will not take the bit. The domestic noise around her, bowl, spoon, quietly spoken instruction, makes a low hum that binds the night's sharp sounds into something a household can live with. The rules written nowhere but obeyed everywhere multiply here. No boots with
nails too sharp near the kitchen stools. No dogs inside the line of the hearthstone, because they will beg and then steal, and then the yard will have a learned thief it cannot punish.
No harness on the settle because the warmth weakens leather, and morning will bring a snap just when a collar should hold. No shouting about prices where a sleepless child might be reminded that bread's number is not a fixed star, but a moving cloud. These rules are recited by glance and gesture. A finger tapped once on a bench, a chin lifted toward a hook where something belongs, a slight frown that lifts when a man remembers himself. This is the town's smaller law within the house, is it?
Larger one, it keeps the edge off. It keeps the place from turning the night's fatigue into the next day's grievance.
When the men from the yard speak here, their voices change. They leave mechanical language outside and take up human subjects. They talk of mares that favor certain songs when curry-combed, of dogs who can count better than they pretend, of an old hostler who could wake from a dead sleep at the sound of a particular hinge and never missed a gate that needed oil. They tell the younger boys how to avoid breaking a horse's spirit by hurrying the halter, and how to coax a mule into cooperation by explaining every step with your breath, because animals understand breath even if they have never once learned a single word. Their stories are education passed by mouth. No one writes them down, and yet you can hear, in the way the boys repeat them later in the yard, that the learning has taken, that memory has become habit. The hearth is also where danger is kept at bay in ways more subtle than banking coals. A man whose temper burned too hot at midnight is given a job to do that requires both hands and silence. Grinding oats, stitching leather, scraping a hoof pick clean. The women in the house steer him toward it because they know how to douse a fire without water. A quarrel born in the yard is cooled here by assigning the quarrelers to different corners with bowls of the same porridge, eaten at the same pace, a symmetry that tells the room justice has been half done before a word is said. You begin to see why houses like this endure. Their innkeepers are politicians of the small hours, and their spouses write policy in the careful placement of spoons. In the blue part of night, just before the first cock recognizes east, the hearth and yard exchange breaths. Someone opens the door for a moment longer than necessary, and warm air moves out to meet the cold, while cold pours in to remind the house there is work waiting. The men outside inhale meat and onions and ale and become a little more certain. They can hold the rope that will not cooperate. The women inside inhale iron and horse and damp wool and remember to set an extra bowl and cut an extra slice, because night has a way of producing one more mouth, and turning away a mouth is not how an inn makes itself known as reliable. The exchange is a ritual so ordinary no one marks it, and yet it keeps everyone fed and steady. Then comes the hour when the ledger's lines become footsteps. The innkeeper's wife closes the book with a flat palm that tells the world the numbers. Will do. The boy sent for straw returns with his back bent into an arc only youth can make without pain. The farrier dips his tongs in the water bucket as a courtesy to the next hands that will use them. The hostler steps in to wrap his fingers around a warm cup and to say, without saying, that he will need one more nosebag filled than expected because a mare came in lame late. The kitchen answers by filling it, and by setting aside an extra crust for the boy, who will run to the apothecary if the lameness looks like something a poultice should see before sun climbs too high. The machine hums because the people hum. It is the sound of competence, which is a comfort that rivals heat. When the first travellers come in from the yard to collect their bread and advice, they find a room that looks as if it has slept, and yet has not. A chair is set back square to the table. A cup sits where a hand will find it without looking. The fire has been encouraged in particular places to make coals without a smoke that would choke men who must go breathe in other smokes outside. Questions are met with calm. Which road? Which ford? Which gate is best this week? The answers are given in the same tone the ledger was closed. Decisions made, not guesses offered. The quiet here is the opposite of empty. It is full of done things. As you shoulder your pack and prepare to leave, you realize that the yard's noise and the hearth's quiet have braided themselves into a single rope that the inn uses to pull every night across its wide, unruly river of work. You will carry the sounds with you down the lane into a town that will mark your progress by bells and by watchmen's feet, into other houses that will stir the same pots and count the same coins and argue the same arguments about closing hours and measures. You will sleep again in places that never stop, and you will be less surprised by the racket they make because you have learned to hear their intent. The intent, more often than not, is to bring the morning in without loss. That is a modest ambition, but it is one that built roads and markets and homes sturdy enough to teach descendants how to love quiet again without forgetting how it was made. If modern life chases silence with doors that seal and walls that swallow sound, what inheritance do you carry from these noisier nights? What discipline of attention and mercy that could make your own sleep safer, not by shutting out the world, but by learning which noises mean care and which mean carelessness, and how would your nights change if you listened for that difference?